Germany's so-called elite. The Führer's Guard. A black order. The end result is a crime the likes of which the world has never seen. British troops shortly before the gates of Hamburg. The Hanseatic city is heavily scarred by bombs. In Neuengamme concentration camp, south of Hamburg, tens of thousands of prisoners hope for their liberation. SS men prepare for the evacuation of the camp. 20 Jewish children between 5 and 12 are also held here. These photos were taken before their deportation by the SS. In Neuengamme concentration camp, the children are abused as test subjects for medical experiments for months. SS doctors research tuberculosis on them, inoculate them with pathogens. Every step of the experiments is meticulously documented.
The SS does endure as the ultimate symbol of Nazi evil.
Shortly before the Allies take Hamburg, the SS clear the camp and remove traces. The prisoners are also to leave.
Himmler and the SS were very concerned that they didn't fall into Allied hands because they had been a witness to the secrets of the system.
The night of April 20th, 1945, Hitler's birthday, SS men lead the 20 children and adult carers out of the concentration camp. Their destination? A building on Bullenhuser Damm, a concentration camp subcamp in eastern Hamburg. In the cellar of the former school building, an SS doctor injects the prisoners with morphine. Then the drugged children are hanged. SS man Johann Frahm later confesses that he had, quote, hung the children on the wall like pictures.
The SS was so indoctrinated that the concept of right and wrong was turned on its head for them. They actually believed so deeply in this racial concept that all the crimes they committed, they believed they were doing for the good of Germany.
The SS. Hitler's executioners in black. What is the secret of their power? January 30th, 1933. Hitler becomes Chancellor of the Reich. A man who has loudly announced his intention to destroy democracy comes to power legally.
Ich habe mir ein Ziel gestellt, nämlich die 30 Parteien aus Deutschland hinauszufegen.
Behind Hitler's rise is the failure of German politics and the violence of paramilitary associations such as the Sturmabteilung, SA for short, and the Schutzstaffel, the SS. The SA, Hitler's brown shirts, Nazi poster boys and thug squad. Responsible for marches, propaganda and beatings of political opponents, primarily communists and social democrats. Bloody street fights between the SA and leftists lead Germany to the brink of civil war in the early 1930s. This benefits Hitler twice over.
The Nazis were able, on the one hand, to inflict a lot of violence on their adversaries, but also, somewhat ironically, to pose as the only party that was tough enough to defend Germany from the threat of violence from people like the communists.
The SS is still part of the SA. They can be recognized by their black caps, with the swastika and skull and crossbones. symbols that signal that they are violent and ready to kill. The SS wants to be more than just a thug squad.
As the name Schutzstaffel says, its purpose was to protect the party and the party organs against their enemies.
In Hamburg, the young Otto Kumm witnesses attacks on political opponents from 1931 onwards.
Party meetings were always disturbed by communists, and then we had to rush out there and beat them up. Our group called Storm 5 had a truck parked in front of the door, which immediately drove us there if something was going on somewhere. And then we jumped down, and it was quiet in no time.
In the understanding of the SS men, brawls are honorable operations.
SS men were encouraged to be infatuated with the ideals of soldiering, of comradeship and toughness. The reality was very different, and this looks a lot more like the politics of hooliganism than it looks like the politics of soldiers.
Nazi thugs have existed since the founding of the party. Nothing unusual in the Weimar Republic. Paramilitary units are a legacy of the First World War. At the end of 1918, shortly after the flight of the Emperor, residence militias and the Free Corps are formed. They were mainly former frontline soldiers who wanted to fight against those they believed were responsible for the defeat: Jews, Marxists, revolutionaries. By the mid-20s, numerous political combat units had emerged. Nearly all of them present themselves in a strictly military manner, with flag, uniform, and parade march, attractive for young men at the time.
This has to do with the fact that the military already conveyed an enormous prestige in the imperial era. Young men seek this prestige, seek this fascination, but because of the disarmament provisions in the Treaty of Versailles, they no longer have the opportunity to join the military. So they join these political paramilitary fighting organizations.
The Nazi party, NSDAP, is able to gather hundreds of thousands of mostly young men at the Reich Party Congress in Nuremberg in 1927. SS and SA march in front of Hitler. Among them, the 26-year-old Heinrich Himmler. 2 years later, he becomes head of the SS. He is still a rather insignificant Nazi. The SS remains subordinate to the SA. Himmler is more of an assistant to the SA leadership, as a party film clearly shows. But the inconspicuous man wearing glasses has great goals. The SS should be more than just party security. It should be the Nazi elite. The ideal image of the Nazi movement: Nordic, tall, athletic. Aryan, as it was called at the time. That's exactly how SS men were supposed to be.
The SS, which was really created by Heinrich Himmler, completely absorbed the racial ideology and policies that Hitler had outlined in Mein Kampf and in various other works of his.
Himmler's admission criteria for the SS consist of supposedly Aryan physical characteristics. Every applicant must prove that he has no Jewish ancestors. In 1932, Himmler establishes the SS Race Office, later renamed the Race and Settlement Office to examine applicants. Otto Kumm does not quite meet the specifications. Nevertheless, he is accepted.
They were all especially select men. They were all tall. I was actually much too small for the SS, even back then. They made a big exception and took me in after all.
Himmler sees the SS as an association of Nordic men as early as 1931. Its goal is to keep the Nordic race pure. In essence, this is directed against Jews and Slavs. They are considered foreign, inferior, and dangerous. Himmler's idea of the SS included not only deep racism, but also unconditional allegiance to Hitler, a striking difference to their competitor. As early as 1930, the SA sometimes had different ideas from the party leadership.
The SS was going to be Hitler's tool in the event of any conflict between the party and the SA. We see this already in 1930, when conflict between the SA and the party is already breaking out into actual violence, and it's the SS that is being deployed to bring the SA back under control.
It's the birth of the SS motto, "My honor means loyalty." Himmler had the medieval-sounding slogans stamped on the belt of all SS uniforms from 1931 onwards.
The remarkable thing about this is that the old army belt locks read, "God with us," and the SS replaced that with, "My honor means loyalty." Or if we want to take it a little further, "My honor means loyalty to Adolf Hitler." This is also an attempt by Heinrich Himmler to ultimately define the SS in relation to the SA, but also as a separate organization within the Nazi party, so to speak.
Since 1929, the world economic crisis has shaken Germany. The political system loses support dramatically. Nazis and communists dream of overthrowing the Republic.
The German Communist Party was dedicated to installing a Stalinist regime. Middle classes were terrified in Germany, and so they voted for the Nazis. They wanted order, they wanted the labor movement crushed, they wanted some kind of stability.
Hitler's following grows rapidly, and the SS profits. When Himmler became head in 1929, the SS had only about 1,000 members. At the beginning of 1933, there were already more than 52,000. A shadow army about to leap. As the new Reich Chancellor, Hitler pursues one goal above all. He wants absolute power in the state. Any means will do. Nazis are hunting down opponents of the regime throughout the whole country. SA and SS men become auxiliary police officers. Open terror in the cloak of legality. The SS excelled in contempt for human beings. When the Jewish lawyer Michael Siegel tried to get the police to release a client in mid-March, he was beaten up by SS men and chased through the center of Munich with his trousers cut up, barefoot, and with the cardboard sign around his neck. Heinrich Himmler is now the police chief of Munich. Political opponents are tortured at police headquarters on Himmler's orders.
Wir sind Soldaten. Und als Soldaten wissen wir aus Überzeugung, dass nur der geht, der nicht geschadet, der tot und der vernichtet ist.
Himmler had valuable knowledge at his disposal. In 1931, he had set up a security service within the SS for spying on opponents. Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the so-called SD, had lists drawn up with thousands of names. Following Heydrich's lists, opponents of the regime are now systematically imprisoned, without judicial review, for an indefinite period. The legal basis is provided by the Reichstag fire at the end of February 1933, which the Nazis declared to be a communist coup attempt.
Hitler's government responded by passing the famous Reichstag fire decree, which basically tore the heart out of the Constitution of Weimar, crushed all individual rights. It was the thing that really made possible the concentration camps, all of the abuse of human rights, all of the barbarity of the Nazi regime in the 12 years that followed.
The ordinance is supposed to serve the protection of the people and the state. In reality, it enables legal terror. The result is a bloody hunt throughout the country. June 1933, in Berlin-Köpenick, SS and SA men devastate flats. They take away alleged evidence and arrest supporters of the SPD and KPD parties. Among them, the young communist Walter Päsler. His girlfriend at the time, Emmy Mertens, experiences the brutal despotism of the Nazis.
My boyfriend was arrested at 5 o'clock in the morning, and in the evening at 9 o'clock he came back, shaved, swastika burnt in. Hitler was in his head. He was completely beaten up.
Like Walter Päsler, hundreds of people are arrested and tortured in Berlin-Köpenick in June 1933. The situation gets out of control when a social democrat resists and shoots 2 SA men. Afterwards, Nazis turned the district court in Köpenick into a torture site. The rampage in the district prison lasts for a week. Köpenick Blood Week is what the victims later call it. At least 24 supporters of the KPD and SPD are murdered in these rooms. In 1933, opponents of the regime were arbitrarily imprisoned, abused, and put on public display throughout Germany. The first concentration camps are built in the middle of the cities. Nazi propaganda films, such as this one, from the Oranienburg concentration camp, show the embellished image of a kind of educational camp. Sport and discipline are supposed to shape Nazi opponents into members of the new Volksgemeinschaft.
The story that the existence of the camps was kept secret was invented much later. The Germans knew about the camps. Not only that, the regime even made sure that people knew about the camps, in order to scare them.
In 1933, dozens of early concentration camps like Oranienburg are set up, spread across the Reich. Heinrich Himmler also has a camp built on an empty industrial site in the north of Munich, the Dachau concentration camp. At the time, it was the only camp administered by the SS, a kind of test laboratory for the rise of Himmler and the SS. Meanwhile, the much larger SA confidently stages itself under its Chief of Staff, Ernst Röhm. The men in brown celebrate the new Nazi regime.
From below, you don't see it so clearly, when you're marching and vegetating in the undergrowth like that there were power struggles going on up there. We were drunk to be in power to begin with.
Nuremberg, the so-called Reichsparteitag, 1933. At SA events, Röhm appears on equal footing with Hitler. Himmler and the SS hardly play a role in public. The SA has swelled into a kind of mass army, also through the integration of other right-wing military associations. From around 500,000 men in January 1933, the SA grows to 4.5 million by summer 1934. This makes Röhm's militia 45 times larger than the Reichswehr, the official army, with its 100,000 soldiers. But already, at the end of 1933, the SA faces a problem.
They've lost their original function. There are no longer any opponents to go and beat up or opposing meetings to go and disrupt. And so they start fighting amongst themselves, they get drunk, they become more and more disorderly.
Ernst Röhm has ambitious goals. He wants to push the Brown Revolution further. He's not interested in an alliance with the old elites. The young law student Otto Gritschneider witnesses him in Munich.
At the end of January in 1934, I heard a speech from Röhm in front of the Bavaria statue. I'd rather make a revolution than celebrate revolutions. The revolution's not over yet. It must go on.
This is about the last thing Hitler wants to hear, and it's pretty much the last thing the Army High Command wants to hear, because the Army sees this SA as a real threat, and to an extent it is, because Röhm sees the SA as the nucleus of a new, in a sense, more populist army.
Himmler uses this to betray his boss, Röhm. He has the SS Security Service gather information about an alleged SA coup plan. Hitler is alarmed and makes a decision that decisively favors Himmler's rise. On June 30th, 1934, Röhm and his close associates are arrested by SS men. In the next few hours, the SS kills more than 100 people, the entire SA leadership, including Ernst Röhm. The SS become Hitler's executioners. The newspapers declare the mass murder as state self-defense against an alleged Röhm putsch. Hitler shows his gratitude and upgrades the SS. It becomes an independent organization outside the SA. As Reichsführer SS, Himmler is in future only subordinate to the Führer. The SS's power will grow steadily from now on, while the SA will lose its importance dramatically.
They stole the show on the political stage because the SA had done the rough work. And then came those who played the fine guard.
The disempowerment of the SA underlines Hitler's total claim to power. Himmler has learned his lesson. He will never question Hitler's power for more than 10 years, and thus become the most powerful man behind the dictator. Himmler now has free rein and begins to expand his Black Order into a state within the state, radical and efficient. From 54,000 members in January 1933, the SS grows to about 180,000 by 1936.
The SS is an organization that brings together men from all social classes of the German population in the Third Reich. It's never purely elitist in the sense of only academics, only citizens, only the classic elite.
Himmler chooses his elite not according to education or profession, but according to outward appearance and attitude. Most of the new recruits are members of the so-called General SS, men who collect for the Winter Relief Organization in their free time or serve as cordons at public events. In 1934, Hitler allows the SS to set up its own armed units. Himmler turns the previous special task forces into militarily trained troops at his disposal, the nucleus of a future SS army, the Waffen-SS. The grounds of the former Hauptkadettenanstalt in Berlin, the most notorious of these troops, has its barracks here, the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler. SS soldiers must be powerful, ready to make sacrifices, and ideologically completely in line with Hitler. Soldiers at the disposal of the dictator. Himmler expands the SS into a network of terror. This includes the actual Schutzstaffel, with honorary members, now called the General SS. Next to it are the armed units, the so-called Verfügungstruppen, with full-time soldiers, and the guards of the concentration camps, the so-called Totenkopfverbände, the skull units. The Dachau concentration camp near Munich, the only concentration camp of the first generation to be run by the SS from the very beginning. Himmler appoints Theodor Eicke as commandant in 1933.
Himmler liked Eicke because Eicke was a fanatical Nazi, he was brutal, he was a good organizer, and being Dachau commandant finally gives him a chance to make something of his life.
Eicke designs a new camp organization for Dachau. From 1934 onwards, Eicke trained special units as guard units, the SS Skull units. Eicke develops camp rules with harsh punishments for the prisoners. "Work makes you free," is the cynical slogan on the camp gate. In reality, work is synonymous with torture and terror here. In 1934, Himmler makes Eicke inspector of the concentration camps. Following Dachau's example, Eicke begins to restructure the camps in the Reich. Many of the early SA camps, like Oranienburg, are closed. As concentration camp inspector, Eicke controls 6 camps in the Reich in 1935. All are administered like Dachau, and the inmates are tortured with the same punishments. Dachau remains the SS's model concentration camp.
Its key role was to be a school of violence for concentration camp personnel. And it's very rare by the end of the 1930s to find anybody in a senior position in any concentration camp that hasn't served some kind of apprenticeship in Dachau and the Dachau school.
In 1939, Eicke will personally lead his concentration camp guards into the war, with moderate success. As commander of the Waffen-SS Totenkopf division, he is shot down with his plane over the Eastern Front in 1943 and dies. In the first years of the Nazi regime, however, the SS offered thousands of people unimagined opportunities for advancement. Himmler is able to usurp more and more state tasks. Hitler appoints him chief of the German police in 1936. As the employer of all German police officers, the 35-year-old Himmler has a central position of power in the Nazi regime. He surrounds himself with inexperienced staff like Reinhard Heydrich, 4 years younger than Himmler and unconditionally loyal.
There are certainly men like Reinhard Heydrich who have a very great amount of power and work very closely with Himmler. But ultimately, at the top, Heinrich Himmler is the person who holds all the threads in his hand.
The ideological training of the youth is particularly important to the SS chief. He wants to raise a generation of ideologically solid warriors. Ballenstadt in Saxony-Anhalt. Above the town lies the building of the former Nationalpolitische Erziehungsanstalt, NAPOLA for short. Just one of the many Nazi boarding schools, but the only one to be rebuilt. This is where the leadership elite of the 1,000-year-old Reich is to be educated. On average, the boys are 10 years old when they enter the NAPOLA. For admission, good grades are less important than so-called Aryan ancestry. At the end of their time at school, they have to pass the Abitur, but along the way they are supposed to become strict Nazis. Uwe Lamprecht, who attended a NAPOLA, experienced this.
We had to learn to obey, first of all, with the ulterior motive, only those who've learned to obey can command.
This is entirely in the spirit of Heinrich Himmler. From 1936, the SS took over the inspection of the NAPOLAs and thus the supervision of the curricula. The schools differ in their additional offerings, such as gliding here in Ballenstadt, but the core is the same. Children are to be educated to become obedient warriors, with lots of sport, military drill, and tests of courage.
We were given the command, jump. There are 2 things. First, I should have the courage to jump into the unknown. But secondly, I should have the trust in the person giving the order, who would not let me jump to my death. Mind you, unless it was absolutely necessary.
In the war, thousands will follow the orders of their superiors to their deaths. Himmler wants his soldiers to fight with particular courage and determination. In many cases, this will lead to unnecessary bloodshed and high casualties. The Feldherrnhalle in Munich. The Nazi regime turned it into a place of pilgrimage for the commemoration of the dead of the Hitler Putsch in 1923. Since 1936, the recruits of the SS troops are sworn in to Hitler here.
Ich schwöre dir, dass Hitler
As a symbol of their commitment to Hitler, the SS men receive an honor dagger. Engraved is the SS motto, "My honor means loyalty." Blind obedience allows men like Otto Kumm to make a career in the Waffen-SS. In 1944, he becomes commander of the SS Mountain Division, Prince Eugen. In the Balkans, Kumm's division is involved in numerous war crimes.
The complete trust in Hitler, which was still so pronounced among us, that one knew this is where they put you, and this is where you have to stand, even if it means you have to die. There was no room for pardon.
The delusion of heroic struggle, kill and be killed, for Hitler.
The SS embodied the ideal of what they believed to be the perfect man. They were not in any way thinkers. They were not allowed to be soft. They were not allowed to have empathy. They were supposed to embody the ideal killer male.
In their self-image, the men of the SS are the spearhead of the Nazi movement, the leadership of a future greater Germanic Reich, elite of the Aryan race. Himmler wants to spread this image of the SS among the population. In 1935, he founds the SS newspaper Das Schwarze Korps, the Black Corps. The newspaper is a colorful weekly with big headlines and many photos, poems, and reports. Daily politics are seldom found here. Instead, SS image cultivation and worldview. The mixture is well received, even outside the SS. Himmler's PR works. The initial print run of 8,000 copies is more than doubled by the end of 1935. The following year, it is already at 340,000. At the outbreak of war, the Black Corps has a circulation of 750,000, which remains stable despite rationing measures during the war. The SS propaganda sheet loves to celebrate role models from its own ranks, SS men who act as lifesavers in swimming or mountain accidents. In addition, articles about top athletes who belong to the SS, like the skier Willy Borgner. He becomes an SS man in 1933. Borgner is portrayed in the Black Corps when he takes part in the 1936 Winter Olympics.
Sport has a very, very high value in the SS. But sport and athletes are also something with which the SS can distinguish itself in this National Socialist state.
Focusing on physical performance makes the SS attractive for men like Hermann Fegelein. Fegelein has no profession, but he's a good sport rider. His parents have a riding school in Munich-Riem. There he comes into contact with men of the equestrian SS. The Black Order promises advancement, power, and prestige. Fegelein joins the SS at the end of 1932 and becomes a member of an SS equestrian squadron in Munich. With no training and limited skills as an organizer, speaker, or leader, it is his success as an equestrian alone that favors his position with the Reichsführer SS. At the beginning of World War II, Himmler entrusts Fegelein with a delicate special task.
Fegelein was put in charge of the cavalry unit, which actually was only in existence as such for more or less a year, but he was very important in the initial attack in Barbarossa in the Soviet Union. And again, because he was SS, these people were used almost exclusively for the mass murder of civilians.
As commander of the SS Reiterstandarten, Fegelein is responsible for massacres of Jews in Belarus. He had around 40,000 men, women, and children murdered by the end of 1941. After that, Fegelein continues his career. Himmler transfers him to the Führer's headquarters as liaison officer for the Waffen-SS, and thus into Hitler's immediate vicinity.
After all, National Socialism is not primarily a bureaucratic system, but a movement built on personal ties, personal networks.
Personal contacts, which Fegelein uses skillfully. First and foremost, Himmler, who protects his SS rider despite notoriously heavy drinking and a tendency towards corruption. In 1944, Fegelein marries Eva Braun's sister. This finally secured him a permanent place in Hitler's inner circle. Shortly before the end of the war, Fegelein is arrested in Berlin, drunk and with a large sum of foreign cash. Hitler has him shot for desertion. A typical case. Most SS leaders are by no means as disciplined and virtuous in the Nazi sense as Himmler's propaganda claims. The population has no idea of this. The image of the elite troops in black is lavishly cultivated, not least through effective publicity at major events, such as the Reich Party congresses. Himmler's dazzle even caught on with his political opponents. In 1936, the reports of the exile executive of the SPD, which were based on social democratic informants in the Reich, stated,
"The SS is a truly select group. There are many idealists in it who take their service seriously and honestly believe in their mission. Pride in the uniform lives in everyone."
A facade behind which the crime of the century is planned. Since 1933, the Nazi regime has also been active in the economy with propaganda effect. The construction of motorways and the Volkswagen are regarded as National Socialist prestige projects. The SS is also involved in the German economy. Himmler has the Nordland publishing house founded. It disseminates Nazi literature in the interests of the SS. The publishing house was soon followed by a factory. SS men founded the Allach porcelain manufactory near Munich in 1936. Their program includes porcelain and ceramic objects of art and tableware.
These early enterprises are usually not commercial enterprises in the sense that they're supposed to make profit, but they're supposed to fulfill certain ideological tasks.
The factory quickly developed into Himmler's hobby horse. He had the figure of an SS flag bearer removed from sale. It is now only given exclusively to selected SS leaders. Himmler also gives Hitler SS porcelain figurines for his birthday. And of course the dictator himself becomes an art object from Allach. New models of the porcelain factory are presented to the public in advertising shows and promoted by the SS newspaper, the Black Corps. Gifts from Allach are popular with Germans loyal to the Nazis, for example as precious gifts for members of the SS, or, as the private film of a communion celebration shows, fine ceremonial chandeliers on the festive table. The porcelain factory is completely taken over by the SS at the beginning of the war. In future, Allach products are also manufactured in concentration camps by concentration camp prisoners. Commercial enterprises are developed in all German camps. Concentration camp prisoners produce furniture and utensils such as cupboards in the workshops. From 1936 onwards, the SS also began to sell the labor of concentration camp prisoners to commercial enterprises. At the Reich Party Congress in 1936, Hitler announces a 4-year plan. Germany is to be fit for war by 1940. As a result, roads and bridges are built, steelworks are constructed, factories are converted to armaments production. The demand for labor increases. The SS offers its concentration camp prisoners as work slaves on a grand scale. Germany's industry takes advantage. There are hardly any moral concerns. This new orientation affects the entire camp system. Some concentration camps are closed, others are rebuilt at strategic points. From 1936 onwards, the SS had 6 main camps, including Dachau as a training center. In addition, from 1938 onwards, the SS began to set up large-scale enterprises itself, starting in the booming construction industry. Neuengamme near Hamburg. Here, the SS buys an old brickyard including clay pits, and has a modern clinker factory built, a showpiece factory of the SS. Built by concentration camp prisoners. On the site, the prisoners also have to work in the clay pits. Clay is the raw material for the red clinker bricks, bricks that are also used to build the SS factory hall. The bricks for the Hamburg area are fired in large kilns. Thousands of the forced laborers employed here perish. Himmler had a concentration camp built next to the brickworks in 1940, the Neuengamme concentration camp. All German concentration camps are now primarily centers of forced labor. The SS decides which companies will benefit.
Because how these prisoners are used, in which companies or facilities, that's where the SS administration plays a very, very important and influential role.
During the war, the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office rules over a gigantic economic network, with around 60 individual SS companies, including the Nordland Publishing House and the Allach Porcelain Factory, stoneworks and the Neuengamme Clinker Works. Even mineral water producers are among them. In 1942, the office also took over the administration of all concentration camps. By this time, the concentration camps have long since ceased to serve merely as punishment camps for political opponents and money-printing machines for the SS. They are instruments of a delusional racial policy. Himmler orders the SS men to deport Jews from all over Europe to the camps in occupied Poland. In the Auschwitz concentration camp alone, more than 1 million people are forced into hard labor or murdered in gas chambers. The bureaucracy of the Holocaust, the exploitation and plundering of the Jews, is controlled by the SS administration.
The so-called Main Economic Administration Office was the central administrative organization for the looted goods of the deported Jews.
Mass murder, robbery, and exploitation. That is the real core of the SS, the core of Himmler's supposed elite force. On the night of November 10th, 1938, the synagogues in the Reich burned. The prelude to an unprecedented crime, the Holocaust. In the November pogrom, Jews are abused, humiliated, and murdered by SS men too.
They just thought this was absolutely their duty, their right, and that they were fulfilling what they considered to be the natural order of things, the sort of natural racial hierarchy of the world.
In their self-image, the SS men are members of a Nordic elite and born to rule.
That we were all Aryans, that was a very important point. That as Aryans we felt superior to other races, especially, of course, to the Jewish race, but also to the Slavic peoples.
An ideology that unites.
The ideology, in a sense, sets up the world of good guys and bad guys, of the people who are within your circle of moral obligation and who the people are outside that circle.
With the invasion of Poland in September 1939, theories become deeds. In the occupied territories, the SS, with the support of the Wehrmacht, begins its murder campaigns. Himmler has plans drawn up for the Germanization of a large part of Poland. Thousands are resettled, imprisoned, killed. The goal for the SS men seems clear.
to save Europe from communism, to cleanse Europe from the Jews, because they were the precursors of communism. People said this without ever having met a Jew in person, without ever considering the fate that was awaiting the Jews.
Jürgen Gergensohn grows up under the swastika. He was 18 when he volunteered for the Waffen-SS in 1942. The military arm of the SS has borne this name since 1940. Units of the Waffen-SS fight and murder on the front lines of the attack on the Soviet Union. In a short time, the German troops are able to advance far to the east. Millions of Soviet Jews come under German rule and are systematically murdered. The Eastern Campaign was planned as a war of extermination from the very beginning. Behind the front, as in the Polish campaign, SS men are on the hunt for human beings, the so-called Einsatzgruppen der SS. On December 1st, 1941, the commander of an Einsatzgruppe in Lithuania draws up a balance sheet. Karl Jäger proudly reports to Berlin. In only 4 months, Einsatzkommando 3 has killed over 137,000 Jews in 71 towns and villages in Lithuania. Jäger boasts he can state that the goal of solving the Jewish problem for Lithuania has been achieved. There are no more Jews in Lithuania.
The Jäger report is a list of 137,000 people, meticulously documented in every detail. How many women were murdered, how many children, how many people who were handicapped. Here you are actually talking about the physical murder of innocent civilians, innocent human beings who've done nothing to anybody to warrant these measures against them.
The reality of the Holocaust in 1941. Himmler's murderers in the SS Einsatzgruppen often come from the SD and Gestapo. Many are civil servants, policemen who volunteered.
One step after another makes the previously impossible acceptable, and this is how we arrive in December 41 and the decision to kill all of the Jews of Europe during the war.
In the German Reich, all Jews have to wear the yellow star since September 1941. A short time later, the first ones are deported to the east. The perpetrators call this the final solution of the Jewish question. The SS is responsible for carrying it out. In organizing the genocide, the SS drew on experience from the so-called Aktion T4 of 1941, the first systematic mass murder by the Nazis. The victims are mainly disabled people. Their murder is explained with catchwords such as useless eaters and purification of the people's body. One of the first victims is Elfriede Lohse-Wächtler. The painter was one of the avant-garde artists of the Weimar Republic. With severe financial worries, she suffers a nervous breakdown when she is barely 30 and is admitted to the sanatorium and nursing home in Arnsdorf near Dresden. The doctors diagnosed her with schizophrenia. With this diagnosis, Lohse-Wächtler was forcibly sterilized against her will in 1935. The artist resigned. Defamed by the Nazi regime as degenerate art, her works are confiscated from Hamburg museums and destroyed in 1937. As a chronically ill patient who's unable to work, she falls into the pattern of the so-called Aktion T4. On July 31st, 1940, buses stop in front of the asylum in Arnsdorf for the 4th time. This time, they also pick up Elfriede Lohse-Wächtler. Believing they are being transferred to another institution, the patients are taken away in buses with tinted windows. Her destination is the Pirna Sonnenstein Sanatorium and nursing home. Presumably, the artist is murdered on the same day in a gas chamber in the cellar, together with thousands of others. From 1940 onwards, the SS carries out murders in 6 institutions throughout the Reich. A total of 70,000 people fall victim to Aktion T4. But then Hitler officially terminates the campaign. After protests from affected families and Catholic clergymen, the dictator himself had signed the document giving doctors permission for the so-called mercy killing. A cynical paraphrase of the campaign. The only preserved murder order with Hitler's signature.
Since the implementation of this order also repeatedly provoked queries and critical inquiries, Hitler actually quite obviously avoided issuing an unambiguous murder order in the case of the Jews. What we have here are clear, recognizable encouragements, above all in the direction of Himmler and Heydrich.
Himmler and Heydrich know what Hitler wants. They become the main perpetrators of the Holocaust. The personnel of Aktion T4 are given the task of organizing large-scale murder in gas chambers. Many campaign veterans are deployed in the extermination camps that are built in the East from 1942 onwards. Murder factories for the criminal delusion of the struggle of the races. For 20 years, Hitler has spoken again and again about the end of the Jewish people. Himmler gives him the instrument to realize the inconceivable, the SS. It murders conscientiously and efficiently. Many only realize the dimension of the crime after the war.
A basic feeling is still a certain basic feeling of guilt, of complicity in the disaster.
Only after 6 years of war did Germany's opponents succeed in putting a stop to the barbarism. The SS murdered and fought to the end, fanatically, blindly. Himmler's Black Order wants to build a new world, a world that would in truth be hell on earth, the end of humanity. For this nightmare, the SS commits crimes, the likes of which history has never seen. At the end of 1942, the Nazi regime still rules over large parts of Europe. But a German victory is becoming ever more distant. The final decision against Hitler's Wehrmacht is made on the Eastern Front. SS Chief Himmler usually stays at his headquarters Hochwald. From there he writes to his family on Boxing Day, "I have to work a lot, but that doesn't matter." The Hochwald bunker lies deep in East Prussia, in close proximity to Hitler's Wolfschanze headquarters.
If you want to know what Hitler is thinking, you should look at what Himmler is doing. No one interprets and understands Hitler's desires in racial policy with a better track record of accuracy than Heinrich Himmler.
What Himmler's working days looked like is revealed in his duty calendar, which was found in a Moscow archive in 2016. The appointments of the Reichsführer SS are noted here, such as the inspection of the SS Sonderkommando, the code name for the Sobibor extermination camp in occupied Poland. Himmler wants to inspect the murder factory personally in February 1943. The camp management is forewarned and reports in advance. Due to a total transport blockade, the camp is currently not in full operation, but sufficient for intended observations. 200 Jewish girls and women are brought to Sobibor from the surrounding area. They think they are in a labor camp and have to undress to take a shower. Carbon monoxide is introduced into the shower rooms. The girls and women suffocate. At the dinner afterwards, Himmler praises the work of the perpetrators.
Himmler, who came across as this sort of rather weak person, was in fact one of the most evil and one of the strongest people in the creation of this racial horror nightmare that was created by Nazi Germany.
Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's most powerful accomplice. Why does he, of all people, become a mass murderer? Towards the end of the Second World War, Himmler is the most powerful German, apart from Hitler, responsible for terror, occupation, despotism, and the Holocaust. Millions fear his name. One who meets him at that time is Traudl Junge. From 1942, one of Hitler's private secretaries. She gets to know the SS chief and is surprised.
Himmler hat eigentlich ganz schüchtern gewirkt.
Himmler actually appeared quite shy, not at all self-confident or military or even brutal. He had rather the appearance of a somewhat shy, bourgeois man.
Ja, bürgerlichen Mannes gehabt.
The murderer of the century has every chance of a middle-class life. He was born in Munich in 1900, into what seems to be an orderly world. In Bavaria, the king rules, and in the family, the father rules. This is also the case with the Himmlers. His father, Josef, is a respected grammar school teacher. Mother Anna looks after the household and her 3 sons. Heinrich is the second eldest. His parental home, Catholic, conservative, educated. Then the First World War upsets the order. Heinrich Himmler, like so many others, is enthusiastic about the war and desperately wants to become a soldier. But he is too young. The fact that Germany loses the war in 1918 is, in Himmler's view, a national and personal catastrophe.
It was bitter for Himmler that he, who had volunteered after his Abitur and wanted to take up an officer career, did not get to serve on the front line. That is, could no longer prove himself in this great war.
Himmler has to bury his dreams. Throughout his life, he's driven by having to make up for what he has missed. Then, in November 1918, the revolution sweeps the monarchs from the throne. Germany becomes a democracy. Himmler believes in the lie that only the revolution led to defeat. In 1919, radical right-wing paramilitary units bloodily put down the Munich Soviet Republic. The men of the so-called national right fight against communists and Jews.
In the wake of the war's defeat, people look for scapegoats and resort to conspiracy theories. And anti-Semitism is essentially nothing but a conspiracy theory.
Some student fraternities no longer admit Jews because they are allegedly not of the German race. The University of Munich. Himmler studied agricultural sciences here from summer 1919 onwards. He became a member of a student fraternity. It was still less the anti-Semitism that appealed to him than the soldierly toughness. Himmler graduates in 1922. Afterwards, he is unemployed and disoriented. He leaves the Catholic Bavarian People's Party and joins the right-wing extremist military association Reichskriegsflagge. Shortly afterwards, he becomes a member of the NSDAP. November 1923. Adolf Hitler leads an attempted coup in Munich. Himmler's Wehrverband is in on it and seals off authorities on Ludwigstrasse. Behind the barricades, Himmler as a proud bearer of the Reich War flag. He's a soldier now, if only for a brief moment. The coup attempt fails after only a few hours. From now on, the book lists that Himmler meticulously compiles more and more Völkisch and anti-Semitic writings and Germanic heroic sagas. He writes, "I feel that I belong to these Teutons, but today, however, I am very alone in feeling this." Books about Hitler are now on his lists too. His verdict on Hitler in 1924, his speeches are splendid pieces of Germanism and Aryanism. Hitler sits in prison for 9 months for high treason. He then refounds the NSDAP. He wants to come to power by winning elections. Himmler becomes a party member again and breaks with his parents' political ideas for good. He becomes an ardent Nazi and radical anti-Semite.
In his younger days, it seems that Himmler wasn't particularly anti-Semitic, but he becomes much more anti-Semitic as he adopts the whole bigger Nazi ideological package. It's almost anti-Semitism follows being a Nazi rather than precedes it.
Himmler makes politics his profession in 1925 and starts as a minor party secretary of the NSDAP. In 1927, he was already part of the extended leadership circle. 2 years later, he took over the leadership of the so-called Schutzstaffel, Hitler's shield squadron. Himmler becomes Reichsführer SS, about 500 men for personal security, barrier services, hall marshals. More a group of bodyguards than an elite troop. The troop with the skull and crossbones on its cap is still rather insignificant, but Himmler has great goals.
When Himmler takes over as the Reichsführer SS, he has an ambitious project to turn it into a kind of a racial aristocracy of the future Germany.
Himmler develops admission criteria for the SS. Applicants must demonstrate characteristics of the Nordic type. They are to become the elite of the master race. Compassion or tolerance are not criteria. In January 1933, Hitler becomes Reich Chancellor. The Nazis are in power. Himmler and the SS are not initially among the winners of the hour. The Reichsführer SS initially remains in Munich. It is not until 2 months after the seizure of power that his chance comes. In March, the elected government of Bavaria is deposed from Berlin, and Hitler supporters take over the town hall. In the provisional Nazi government, Himmler is police chief of Munich, a springboard to power.
Heinrich Himmler is sicher kein großer Charismatiker.
Heinrich Himmler is certainly not a great charismatic. He's certainly not an embodiment of the SS ideal either. But Himmler is a brilliant and ruthless politician who always knows how to fill the right posts and to put the right followers in the right positions in order to get closer to his goals.
As police chief, Himmler is in charge of the political police in Munich, a forerunner of the Gestapo. He fills leading positions with SS men. Their mission is violence. The first symbol of Himmler's rule is the Dachau concentration camp. The SS becomes an instrument of oppression.
Himmler uses his control over Dachau, over arrests in Bavaria, to develop a proposition for policing throughout Nazi Germany, in which all the policemen and the SS will be united under his leadership.
Himmler's organized terror in Bavaria makes an impression and secures him the support of Nazi officials throughout the Reich. His inconspicuous appearance deceives many a potential rival. In truth, Himmler's a ruthless tactician, a networker of power in the Nazi Reich.
Heinrich Himmler accepted a great many state and party functionaries into the SS. He was able to equip these functionaries with fancy uniforms, high Führer ranks, skull rings, honorary swords, and the like. This was very popular because many Gauleiters, for example, liked to put on an SS general's uniform when they came into contact with Wehrmacht commanders in order to be able to act and confer with them at eye level.
Himmler's power has been growing steadily since 1933. Hitler appreciates the SS chief's loyalty and efficiency. Traudl Junge, the dictator's private secretary, witnesses Hitler's praise.
I have only once seen Hitler bring up the subject of Himmler and concentration camps at table, and Hitler mentioned that Himmler was using a very clever system. He put a notorious arsonist in charge of the fire watch. And of course Himmler said, "You can be sure, my Führer, that no fire will break out there." One had the feeling that this was a well-organized, psychologically skillfully managed labor camp.
Nazi propaganda portrays Himmler's Dachau concentration camp as an institution of progress. But a powerful superior still stands in the way of the SS. SA chief Ernst Röhm. In his army of millions of SA men, the SS is only a small subunit. Himmler wants to distance himself from the notoriously undisciplined SA and works on the reputation of his SS. Unconditionally loyal to Hitler, obedient to death. Engraved on the SS dagger of honor is, "My honor means loyalty."
Hitler has an instrument in the SS that he can trust very strongly, unlike, for example, the early SA under Röhm, which is not necessarily so centrally oriented towards him. The SS is his instrument.
In June 1934, Hitler has Ernst Röhm and parts of the SA leadership murdered by men of the SS. Behind the scenes, Himmler had been instrumental in directing the intrigue against Röhm. Hitler rewards Himmler's betrayal of the SA and lifts the SS out of its shadow. Himmler becomes directly subordinate to Hitler as Reichsführer SS.
It is typical of Himmler that he was never an outwardly acting alpha leader, but that he always defined himself in the serving role, the role of working towards Hitler. And it is precisely this working towards Hitler that makes it possible for him and also enables his organization to rise as it does.
Unconditionally devoted to Hitler, and internally, in the growing empire of the SS, an autocrat who wants to regulate even the smallest details personally. Himmler wants to build the SS on the model of Germanic heroes. For the men, this meant constant military drill and lots of sport. SS men are supposed to be strong and true to party lines. Himmler sets a good example. As a right-hander, he practices shooting with his left hand and trains doggedly for the Reich Sports Badge in silver, which he finally achieves in 1936. It was not enough for gold. The demands on his SS men are higher.
The distant vision is actually, via the SS as a nucleus, as a model, that of a kind of breeding elite, to actually renew the German people. So to weed out what he perceived as bad racially and to bring people back to this Nordic ideal.
The SS as a breeding order for the preservation of the Germanic Nordic master race, as Himmler put it. A concrete mission.
The order of the SS. At the center was blood, German blood. We swear by German blood.
As early as 1931, Himmler gives his SS men the order to marry, in the interests of preserving racially and hereditarily good blood, as he writes. But no SS man is allowed to marry without permission. Anyone who disobeys the order is removed from the troop. Every potential bride is checked for her value to the SS, for Aryan origin, hereditary health, and racial purity. The Race and Settlement Office, which also examines the SS candidates for their suitability, is responsible for the examination. But Himmler himself had the final say on the suitability of the brides.
Himmler interferes in the private lives of the relatives, gives advice. In the case of childlessness, for example, he gives the women advice on what fertility treatments they should have. He makes sure that mothers attend training courses and that the brides are politically reliable.
Only then does he grant a marriage license. Himmler knows all about married life. He has been married since 1928. His wife, Margarete, is blonde, blue-eyed, a nurse and 7 years older than him. Daughter Gudrun is born in 1929. Himmler presents himself as a devoted family man, even from a distance. He regularly telephones and writes to his wife Margarete, as in the summer of 1942. I will be in Lublin, Zamość, Auschwitz, Lemberg in the next few days, and then in the new quarters. I'm curious to know if and how it will work with the telephone. Well, have a wonderful time with our daughter. Many warm greetings and kisses. Yours, Papi. Since Margarete can't have any more children, the Himmlers take in a foster child in 1933, the son of a deceased SS man. Himmler's efforts to urge SS men to become fathers are rather unsuccessful. Of the 250,000 SS men in 1938, only 39.7% were married. The number of children per SS man is 1, far below the desired target. In view of the low birth rate, Himmler has the Lebensborn Association founded in 1936. The first Lebensborn home is opened near Munich. Others follow. They are discreet maternity homes, not only for SS couples.
Himmler wanted to prevent children from being aborted for fear of an illegitimate birth. And that is why he created maternity homes in his Lebensborn, where unmarried women could go to give birth to their illegitimate children. Afterwards, if they wanted to, they could give them up for adoption and then go back to their lives without loss of reputation.
The Lebensborn gives preference to SS families for children born out of wedlock. The project is financed by compulsory levies on SS men. The highest amount is paid by the childless. Around 9,000 babies are born in Lebensborn homes by the end of the war, offspring for the self-proclaimed master race.
Only those suitable for racial politics are admitted to a Lebensborn.
When the war began, Himmler went one step further. At the end of 1939, he issued a procreation order directly to the SS men. Among them in Poland, the young theologian Gereon Goldman. Goldman, who becomes a Franciscan monk after the war, witnesses the order being proclaimed.
And then he reads to us, so many young Germans died in the Polish campaign, they have to be replaced. And in Germany, droves of good German girls are waiting for the soldiers who will then sleep with them, so that the Führer will have new children. He really said that publicly.
Himmler unequivocally calls on SS men to father offspring outside of marriage. The SS would take care of illegitimate children.
This order was, especially by the Wehrmacht leadership, interpreted as asking the German women to cuckold their men who had been drafted into the Wehrmacht with SS men. There were considerable protests.
Even the SS men do not want to procreate on Himmler's orders.
Himmler himself should see to it, the Reichsführer, that he gets enough children. That was the reaction. Oh, they were furious.
Himmler has to rescind the order, but he sticks to his ideas, secretly. Since 1939, he has had a mistress, his secretary Heydrich 12 years his junior. She gives the mass murderer 2 more children. In view of stagnating birth rates in Germany, Himmler pursues a new project, the Germanization of children from the occupied Eastern territories. The only criterion, racially good blood, and inhuman by conviction.
Es wird in diesen gemischten Völkern immer wieder einige rassisch sehr gute Typen geben. Hier, glaube ich, haben wir eine Aufgabe, die Kinder von denen zu uns zu nehmen, sie aus der Umgebung rauszutun, und wenn wir diese Kinder rauben müssen.
Himmler gives orders to hunt for blonde and blue-eyed children. Children like Alois Twardetzky. At the age of 3, he was targeted by Himmler's henchmen. In the middle of the night, SS men order his mother to wake Alois, dress him and take him, under guard, to the next station. When they arrive at the trains, the children are taken away from their mothers and distributed among the wagons. For little Alois, the beginning of a new life. The first thing the stolen Polish children do is undergo a physical examination. According to Nazi racial doctrine, 21 characteristics such as eye color or body hair count. The result decides their future.
The children were divided into 10 or 12 racial groups. I belonged, thank God, to the super-Aryan race, number 1.
Alois is considered fit to be a German and is given up for adoption. First, however, he and hundreds of others are placed in children's homes in the Reich. Homes like the Lebensborn home Sonnenwiese, Sunny Meadow, in Korensalis in Saxony. From 1942, stolen children from Poland also live here. They're only allowed to speak German, are given a new past, a new name.
Afterwards, I was told that my father had been an SS officer, murdered by Polish bandits.
Alois becomes Alfred, the stolen Polish child, a convinced German Nazi who detests the Poles.
I really felt like a German boy, I did. We worshipped Hitler, of course. The greatest thing for us was the SS.
Alois is adopted by a family from Koblenz, who are true to the Nazi cause. For him, they soon become his parents. But the real mother in Poland never stops looking for him. When he learns the truth after the war, a world collapses for him. He visits his mother and has to stay in Poland against his will. Twardetzky remains scarred by Himmler's program for the rest of his life.
Child stealing in general, and I was also a victim of it, is one of the most serious offenses, not only for the nation, for the family, but also for the individual. And of course, it will always leave scars inside, even if you don't notice them on the outside.
Himmler has tens of thousands of children deported to Europe to, as it is called, refresh Germanic blood. Many never find out where they really come from. The SS. Identifying marks, black uniform and white rune, symbols that Himmler wanted to stand for toughness and Germanic heroism.
So sind wir angetreten, marschieren nach unabänderlichen Gesetzen, als ein soldatischer, nationalsozialistischer Orden, nordisch bestimmter Männer.
Heinrich Himmler is the father of this organization. It was only when he became Reichsführer in 1929 that this unique mixture of political extremism, racist insanity, and occult cultic rituals took shape. All that makes up the SS is shaped by him.
Himmler wants to take the SS back to the supposedly glorious times of the Nordic race. Historically, this is nonsense, but the SS chief eagerly invents corresponding laws, symbols and rites, such as the solstice celebrations.
Wir fühlen den Pulsschlag der Jahrtausende. Nie soll die heilige Flamme in uns verlöschen.
The glorified Germanic cult becomes a pseudo-religion. The SS is supposed to be an order that determines the whole life of its men. Himmler has his own cult objects designed for this purpose, such as the so-called Yule lamp, supposedly of Nordic origin. It is produced in the SS's own porcelain factory in Munich, Allach. A central element of the black cult. Instead of Christmas, SS members are supposed to celebrate Yule.
Himmler gives the SS men, the SS families, this Yule lamp as a present to create this cult. This is all part of Himmler's attempts to hold the association together, to glue it together through a unique worldview, but also by inventing new rituals.
The Collegiate Church of Quedlinburg, built as the burial place of the German King Henry. In 1936, on the 1000th anniversary of his death, Himmler visits the medieval complex on the castle hill. For Himmler, the king is more than just a namesake, and Quedlinburg is less of a church than an Aryan shrine.
Seit Jahrtausenden von Menschen unseres Blutes bewohnten Burgwerk von Quedlinburg.
The Saxon King Henry is glorified as an Aryan ancestor. King Henry founded the German Empire, fought against Slavs and conquered territories in the east. Goals also pursued by the Nazis. King Heinrich and his wife were buried in the crypt of the cathedral in the Middle Ages. But the body is missing, a disgrace for Himmler. The SS chief gives orders to dig, without success. The inhabitants of Quedlinburg, like Heinz Müller, witness a lie about the bones of the king.
And so they took bones out of the catacombs of the crypt below from the collegiate ladies who'd been buried there, and then a year later passed them off as Henry's remains.
In 1937, Himmler solemnly had the fake king's bones buried in the crypt. From 1938, the SS take over the cathedral and the monastery. Church services are no longer possible. Himmler turns the cathedral into a place of pilgrimage for the SS. In the search for Nordic Germanic heritage, Himmler is happy with every kind of support. In 1935, he founds the Ahnenerbe Association. Archaeologists and amateurs are commissioned by the SS to find evidence of early Aryan times, to prove the superiority of the Nordic race. Here too, in the environs of Berlin, they dig on behalf of the SS.
Wie immer in Zeiten heldischen Aufbruchs war es das Hakenkreuz, das auch diese germanischen Stämme auf ihrem weltgeschichtlichen Zug begleitet.
Scientifically, most of it is worthless.
In the end, it was more of a kind of Germanic idolatry, because it wasn't about researching how the Germanic tribes actually lived, but rather an attempt to project one's own views back onto an imaginary Germanicness.
Germanic jugglery, drilled into the SS men in training courses. What Himmler's Black Order still lacks is a ritual meeting place. The Wewelsburg near Paderborn. The location alone made the castle interesting for Himmler. In the middle of the supposed heartland of the Germanic tribes. In 1934, the SS took possession of the Renaissance castle. The Wewelsburg was to become a spiritual and strategic center.
In particular, the highest level of SS leadership, that is, the SS Obergruppenführer, were to meet regularly at Wewelsburg to negotiate future issues.
Himmler visits the Wewelsburg regularly, as he writes in his pocket diary, to inspect the renovation work. The more comprehensive his claim to power, the more monumental his plans. After the final victory, the Wewelsburg is to become the center of a huge complex. Gigantomania for the SS. Himmler has a ring of honor made for his officers and veterans, with a skull as a sign of contempt for death, runes as symbols of Germanism, and Himmler's signature, including the date of the award. After the death of their wearers, all rings are to be kept in Wewelsburg Castle. Construction work on the castle begins in 1939. Concentration camp prisoners are deployed as laborers. Among them was Max Hollweg in 1943. Hollweg is a Jehovah's Witness, then called Bible Scholars. The denomination with its magazine The Watchtower is persecuted by the Nazis. Like all Jehovah's Witnesses, Max Hollweg is a conscientious objector. He is arrested, taken to concentration camps and used in the reconstruction of Wewelsburg Castle. On the ground floor of the North Tower, the SS Obergruppenführer Hall is being built. Himmler wants to meet with his SS generals in a pseudo-medieval ambience. He has a marble mosaic worked into the middle of the floor. Of course, the work was also done by concentration camp prisoners.
We polished the marble floors in the worship space, the portico by hand.
The labor at the Wewelsburg, as here in the quarry, brings death to hundreds. SS work slaves like Max Hollweg have no value in the world of Himmler's Germanic elite order. On September 1st, 1939, German troops invade Poland. 5 weeks later, the Germans celebrate themselves as victors in destroyed Warsaw.
Der Feind ist geschlagen, der Feldzug beendet.
For Hitler and Himmler, it is about living space for the Germans in the East. The first step towards this is the partition of Poland. The Soviet Union takes over the eastern part. The West is to become German and is annexed by the Reich. The rest comes under brutal German occupation as the so-called General Government. The new Reich districts are Germanized according to Hitler's specifications. Himmler immediately sets to work without any consideration for the inhabitants.
Himmler's view that for a territory to become German, not only do you have to include it legally in the Third Reich by shifting boundaries, but you have to transform it demographically. You have to change the population of the people living there. So the initial plan that Himmler proposes in the fall of 1939 is to expel, we now would say ethnically cleanse, 8 million people from Western Poland.
Himmler's plans are so radical that Hitler immediately entrusts him with further tasks. The SS chief becomes responsible for the, quote, consolidation of German nationality, and thus for the entire German settlement policy in the East. Another increase in power for the SS. And a very personal success for Himmler, because even as a young man he dreamed of a life as a settler in the East. In the beginning of his Nazi career, at the age of 25, he joined the Atamanns, a Völkisch settlers association that was mainly active in Eastern Germany.
The Atamannen was a society that had what we call a blood and soil ideology. They really thought that the agricultural life was the only good life, the only decent life, the only really German life. You need to have farm settlement expanding across Central and Eastern Europe.
In the 1920s, members of the Atamanns set up their own settlements in Pomerania and Mecklenburg. They want to return to their origins, far away from the problems of modernity, to a life in the countryside as self-supporters. Ideas that Himmler shared throughout his life. Before 1933, He had a farm in Bavaria with his wife Margarete, with chickens, rabbits, pigs and a sheepdog, just like his ancestors. After the takeover, Himmler no longer had time for the farm. He was on the road too much. But even as a top Nazi, he remains connected to agriculture. The studied agricultural economist lets his SS research plants, nature as a source of strength. Even before the war, Himmler founded the German Research Institute for Nutrition and Food. Its headquarters are in Dachau, not far from the concentration camp fences. Concentration camp prisoners set up the so-called herb garden here, a complex with administrative buildings and greenhouses. Here, Himmler had research into natural healing methods and farming without artificial fertilizers carried out. Eco, under the sign of the SS.
They were actually attempts to return to a way of farming that was perceived as natural. As I said, today one would possibly call it organic farming. But it was this idea, this agrarian romantic of a farmer on his clod, so to speak.
Himmler was able to realize his old dreams of Germanic land grabbing in the conquered Eastern territories from 1939 onwards. Under the slogan "Home to the Reich," all Germans living as minorities east of the Reich border are to be settled in the new Reich districts, so-called ethnic Germans from the Ukraine, Romania or the Baltic states.
Volksdeutsche aus Litauen kehren heim ins Reich. Auch sie folgen dem Ruf des Führers.
More than 300,000 ethnic Germans leave their old homeland and settle in the annexed territories by 1941. But only racially superior people are to be given a farm in the East. Himmler has Volksdeutsche and Poles checked.
Something that is created as an instrument of the SS, this racial selection procedure, is transferred to civilians in the occupied territories, ethnic Germans as well as non-Germans, in order to decide who is or isn't a good racial person. Thus, at least for the non-Germans, it becomes a decision of life and death.
For Himmler has space made in the new Reich districts. The police and the SS make sure that the so-called Poles who cannot be deported, among them mainly Jews, are identified and removed from the conquered territories by resettlement or murder. After the German attack on the Soviet Union in 1941, Himmler transfers his inhuman Germanization program to the newly conquered territories behind the front. For him, Slavs, like the Red Army soldiers in a prisoner of war camp here, or these peasant women near Minsk, are inferior human beings, useful only as labor slaves. Politics based on racial mania.
The greatest race on earth were the Aryans, and the worst race on earth, from which all of the evil ideas, whether it's Christianity or Bolshevism or capitalism, whatever it might be, this all came from the Jews. And so for him, the removal of the Jews from Aryan society was absolutely paramount in his worldview.
In the years to come, genocide becomes Himmler's main task, first perpetrated by mobile firing squads, then by a perfidious system of collection and death camps. Auschwitz-Birkenau. Over 1 million people are murdered here by the SS. For October 4th, 1943, Himmler's service calendar records a visit to the Gruppenführertagung Posen. The SS chief speaks openly about the burden and self-image of the perpetrators.
Von euch werden die meisten wissen, was es heißt, wenn 100 Leichen beisammen liegen. Wenn 500 da liegen oder wenn 1000 da liegen. Und das durchgehalten zu haben und dabei, abgesehen von menschlichen Ausnahmeschwächen, anständig geblieben zu sein, hat uns hart gemacht und ist ein niemals genanntes und niemals zu nennendes Ruhmesblatt.
Their task of murder, torture, in an objective way as something that was necessary in the interests of the German race, not for personal gain or personal enjoyment. He was very, very keen on this appearance of decency, but of course it was a myth.
Private photos of a camp commander give an idea of the reality in the camps. Arbitrariness reigns here. Some of Himmler's men shamelessly enrich themselves. Others beat and torture. SS guards in Sobibor select individuals from among the Jews who have arrived to make them dance. Only then do they herd them into the gas chamber. In Himmler's view, his men should, as he says, remain decent. Only those who enrich themselves must fear punishment.
Wer sich auch nur eine Mark davon nimmt, ist des Todes.
An empty threat. In reality, the Camp SS enriches itself at all levels from the victim's possessions. Self-service already reigns on arrival, usually before the formal registration of valuables. What does not officially exist cannot be embezzled. Himmler is aware of the abuses, but seldomly allows them to be prosecuted. The image of the SS as an elite must not be damaged. The longer the war lasts, the more Himmler is on the road. His daily routine is a long string of meetings, all neatly listed in the duty calendar. In total, thousands of conversations in between business lunches and meetings with the Führer. Hitler has a high opinion of Himmler in 1944. He considers him a quite outstanding personality of the Reich. But Himmler still suffers from a flaw.
He was now surrounded by Waffen-SS leaders on all occasions, who had now received the highest decorations. There they were with the medals flashing away on their chests, and he himself stood there wearing only the gold party badge.
It was only towards the end of the war that Himmler was allowed to feel like a soldier. In January 1945, he was given supreme command of Army Group Vistula, 3 armies deployed on the collapsing Eastern Front. The war reaches German borders. Himmler's army group is to stop the advance of the Red Army, from which hundreds of thousands are already fleeing. Himmler is a military amateur, but he has no illusions.
Himmler was astute enough to realize, in 1944 at the latest, that Germany was losing the war, and so he began to seek a way out.
The Hohenlychen sanatoriums in the Uckermark, a well-known Reich sports sanatorium in the 1930s. During the war, it becomes a military hospital. For many Nazi celebrities, Hohenlychen stands for relaxation. Heinrich Himmler is often treated here. Stomach pains. In mid-February 1945, he secretly meets Count Volker Bernadotte here, the deputy head of the Swedish Red Cross. Himmler wants to make contact with the Allies and is prepared to compromise. He agrees to have Scandinavian political prisoners taken from concentration camps by the Swedish Red Cross. The freed concentration camp prisoners travel north through the war zone in white buses. Himmler releases 15,000 Scandinavian prisoners as an advance payment for hoped-for peace negotiations with the Allies.
It was completely incomprehensible that Himmler had apparently moved into a world beyond reality. How could he imagine, after all the terrible things he'd done, and after this horrible trail of blood that lay behind him, that an ally would negotiate with him?
In April 1945, Soviet troops are at the gates of Berlin. Hitler blames Himmler and withdraws his military command. The dictator, here the last film shot, entrenches himself in the Führerbunker in Berlin. On April 11th, 1945, US troops liberate the Buchenwald concentration camp near Weimar. Reports of the horror go through the world press. Himmler continues to believe that the Allies are negotiating with him.
Himmler believed that the West wanted to fight the Bolsheviks rather than the Nazis. Therefore, he saw himself fit for this position. He did not understand that the Nazis had gone much too far.
During the Battle of Berlin, Himmler continues his efforts to negotiate with the West. Then the BBC reports,
according to a report, Himmler offered unconditional surrender to Great Britain and the United States, but not to the Soviet Union.
In the Berlin underground, Hitler learns of Himmler's high-handed advance. The loyal Heydrich, the most important accomplice, commits treason. Bernd Freytag von Loringhofen is present in the Führerbunker as adjutant of the General Staff.
A world shattered. The most faithful of the faithful, Himmler, on whom he had always relied so much, he had betrayed him, as he put it.
The following day, Hitler escapes responsibility by committing suicide in the end. In his political will, he expels Himmler from the party and takes away all his offices. Himmler had followed Hitler for more than half his life. Now his murderous madness ends. He is 45, wanted by the victors and empty-handed. Himmler goes into hiding, shaves off his beard and puts on an eye patch. He goes on the run with forged papers. The once most powerful man after Hitler joins the army of defeated German soldiers. He is sent to a British camp for German prisoners of war, further unrecognized. Then he reveals his identity and is taken to the headquarters of the British Security Service in Lüneburg. A military doctor is to examine him. As the doctor checks his mouth, Himmler bites down on a cyanide capsule. The murderer of the century dies on May 23, 1945. His body is buried by the British near Lüneburg. The exact spot is unknown. While other Nazi greats continue to be revered by the incorrigible after their deaths, even old Nazis and SS veterans turn their backs on Himmler. The end too inglorious, the guilt too great. Berlin, June 9th, 1942. Nazi VIPs at the funeral of the late SS General Reinhard Heydrich.
War einer der besten Nationalsozialisten, einer der stärksten Verteidiger des deutschen Reichsgedankens.
For Heydrich's enemies, on the other hand, he is the Blonde Beast, or the Butcher of Prague. Barely 2 weeks earlier, in Prague, Heydrich Hitler's governor in Czechoslovakia, is driving to work. On the way, gunmen ambush him.
There was a very sharp curve where the Mercedes that he was driving would need to slow down, so they could take him down with a machine gun.
The attackers stop the car, prepare to shoot, but their gun has jammed.
At first, it looks like the assassination is going wrong.
Instead of fleeing, Heydrich wants to confront the assassins. The second man throws a hand grenade. The attackers flee. Heydrich remains seriously injured at the scene. Hitler demands bloody revenge.
This was an incredibly traumatic moment. Big parts of Czech intelligence were arrested, they were executed, and their names would be read out aloud on the main streets.
2 whole villages are wiped out by the Germans. The inhabitants have nothing to do with the attack. The Czechs call the reprisal action Heydrichiade. More than 1,000 innocent people are murdered. What the assassins do not know is that they are not only killing the Nazi governor of Prague, but the organizer of a crime that is taking its course throughout Europe, the Holocaust. The architect of the secret plan to eliminate the European Jews. Kiel, headquarters of the German Baltic Fleet. In January 1931, a young officer has to answer to a court of honor of the Reichsmarine. His name is Reinhard Heydrich. The 26-year-old lieutenant is accused of promising marriage to a young lady, but then getting engaged to another. Just a trifle, really. In court, Heydrich denies any guilt and makes counter-accusations. The womanizer miscalculates. Heydrich is dishonorably discharged from the Navy. The shock of his life.
His discharge from the Navy was a key event in his life, so there's quite a bit to compensate for. And he does that by wanting to be the best in everything.
The new fiancée stands by him after Heydrich's release. Her name is Lena von Osten. Lena lives on the coast in Holstein. Her family is of service gentry, but impoverished. For Reinhard, who until then had been apolitical, it is a new world. Especially because the von Ostens are ardent Nazis. Daughter Lena, too. She persuades him to apply for a job in the SS. In the summer of 1931, Heydrich travels to Munich to see a Nazi official. At that time, Heinrich Himmler is the head of a small force called the Schutzstaffel. The SS is the personal bodyguard of the Führer, Nazi bodyguards. But their boss, the ambitious Himmler, wants more. For this, he needs men like young Heydrich.
Reinhard Heydrich was, in a way, the stereotypical Nazi officer. Tall, blonde, blue-eyed, the quintessential master race figure.
Himmler thinks Heydrich is an intelligence officer. He actually only has radio training, but he keeps that to himself.
He was put in charge of the SD, the security service of the SS, by Himmler. He was felt to be unsentimental, cold, calculating, ruthless, and completely convinced of his own rectitude and his own rightness.
Heydrich moved into a small villa in Munich with his wife Lena. He takes his SD with him. They are still only 33 men. The ex-naval officer has big plans. When the Nazis come to power in 1933, the opportunity arises. In Bavaria, the SS takes over the police. Heydrich becomes head of the political department, a decisive step. Putting Nazi goals into practice with the help of state authority, a unique opportunity. Heydrich is only 30 and is already allowed to direct his own authority in Munich. The following year, he also becomes head of the secret state police in Prussia. Heydrich's merging of party and state, of SD and police, is the starting point for his unusually steep rise.
In the hands of the National Socialists, the police became oriented toward National Socialist ideology and toward racist ideals. And thus, a unique instrument of terror is created.
Fear and violence. Heydrich relies on proven means to secure Hitler's rule. Those who dare to resist must expect serious consequences. Heydrich cultivates a system with two sides. On one side, the facade of law and order. Behind it, an abyss of arbitrariness and violence. The regime critic, Hermann Laupsian, secretly distributes leaflets.
I said to myself, of course, you can't defeat the Nazis with this, but you can reach a few people who might no longer be caught up in the poison.
Laupsian is arrested and gets to know the SS.
Then we went down into the cellar, and, well, when I got there, I thought, no one can hear you here. You can scream as much as you want. Then 2 SS men came down into the cellar. They had riding whips, and they started beating me. So I thought to myself, you'll have to endure this. They'll get tired. And they got tired. But then 2 others came down, and then it started all over again.
Heydrich has no scruples, neither in the fight against political opponents, nor in the ongoing power struggles within the party. Cold efficiency and unquestioning obedience. Heydrich's apparatus prepares the assassination of the SA leadership in the so-called Röhm-Putsch. Thanks to his death lists, from 1934 onwards, it was no longer the brown shirts of the SA, but the black uniforms of the SS that stood for power in the Nazi state. At the Reich Party Congress in September 1934, the SS underlines its claims with Himmler and Heydrich. It's a triumph, especially for Heydrich.
Heydrich is driven. He was not an early fighter or supporter of Adolf Hitler. In this respect, there's certainly something compensatory involved. So, the radicalism of the late convert.
A careerist, especially ambitious to make up for the taint of being kicked out of the Navy. Heydrich becomes more and more powerful, fanatical, radical.
Heydrich didn't seem to be someone who relaxed at all, didn't tell jokes, wasn't easy to approach. Some people felt he was a technician of power, but the ideology, certainly if you read the things that he wrote, was very, very extreme and very dogmatic.
Heydrich writes, "To prove the correctness of our principles, we must become the best in all fields." A motto he lives by throughout his life. For example, in sports, Heydrich is an avid fencer, but also a sailor, horseman, and modern pentathlete. This puts him squarely in line with the Nazis. The SS paper Schwarzes Korps celebrates Heydrich as a model athlete. A star of the Nazi era, admired by some far beyond the end of the war.
With sports, he was able to toughen himself up so that he became resilient. If he hadn't done that and had been effeminate, like some of the other party grades were, well, then nothing would have come of all this.
The supposed showcase athlete is feared by opponents as a sore loser. In private, the ice-cold killer can be quite soft. In 1933, Lena gives him a son. 3 more children follow. Moments of happiness for a self-appointed member of the master race. In 1937, Heydrich buys a small house with a view of the lake not far from Schlachtensee in Berlin. He earns 16,000 Reichsmarks a year, the equivalent of about 110,000 euros today, without allowances. It pays to belong to Hitler's elite. With some ladies, it was plain sailing for Heydrich.
He was the Siegfried type. Women adored him. He was a charmer. He was fantastic at entertaining company, was very well read. He represented a lot to a young person, and they said, "We want to be like that too."
What the admirers do not suspect, the cool strategist Heydrich regularly lets himself go. After the war, SS accomplices reported on nightly drinking bouts, affairs, and visits to brothels. And this despite the fact that prostitution was strictly regulated in the Third Reich. Heydrich doesn't care. He puts a high-class Berlin brothel, the Salon Kitty, at the service of his network of informers. Incriminating material is collected against lonely state guests from abroad. Kitty's salon on the 3rd floor is bugged by the SD. While the girls are supposed to use the casual atmosphere to eavesdrop on their guests, SD specialists sit in the basement and eavesdrop on the goings-on further up, even though the effort hardly seems to have paid off.
The intelligence service is rather an amateurish event. Basically, they're clearly inferior to the British intelligence service, but also to the American intelligence service in terms of professionalism.
As was so often the case in the Third Reich, Heydrich's actions were more appearance than reality. September 1938, the next party congress in Nuremberg. The regime is firmly in the saddle. The SS has cleared all enemies out of the way. Heydrich rose from Untersturmführer to the rank of general in just a few years, including an SS Sword of Honor, which is only awarded on Himmler's orders. After consolidating power at home, Heydrich needs a new enemy image, above all, so that Hitler and Himmler would continue to depend on him. Since the mid-1930s, he has been focusing on a subject that was new to him: Judaism and its supposed world conspiracy. The most popular and consequential conspiracy theory of the 20th century.
Conspiracy theories are so effective precisely because of their paradoxes. One wants to understand why the Jews are successful. How can it be explained that the Jews managed to look like a threat? Only by connecting everything, by saying that capitalism and Bolshevism are two sides of the same coin, and that coin is called Judaism.
Nazi propaganda floods Germany with hatred. Words are soon to become deeds. All Jews were a danger to the German people. The press and Nazi cinema agitated. Even the conformist, non-religious Jews who had lived in Germany for generations.
Instinctless peoples are deceived by this mimicry and actually regard them as their equals. Therein lies the tremendous danger. For even these assimilated Jews always remain foreign bodies in the organism of their host people, however much they may outwardly resemble it.
The delusion of hostile races of people allows only one conclusion from the Nazi point of view. All Jews must get out of Germany. Heydrich wants to act. He forces the Jewish emigration also to Palestine. As a National Socialist, I am a Zionist, he claims.
Those who don't like Zionism would say the Nazis are Zionists. You have to be careful here. What Heydrich meant by that was this. When I talk to Jews, I prefer the Zionists, because the Zionists believe in a Jewish people and are ready to accept the solution of emigration to Palestine.
The anti-Semites of the SS maintain discreet contacts with Jewish activists. At the instigation of Heydrich, SS-man Adolf Eichmann is to travel to Palestine and negotiate with representatives of the Haganah, a Jewish underground organization. The common goal, more emigration to Palestine. But the British mandate refused Eichmann entry. The explosive meeting is moved to Cairo. Negotiations are underway for cooperation on the departure of German Jews for Palestine. But what raises expectations on both sides comes to nothing.
I think what it shows is Heydrich and his organization didn't really care what means were used to get the Jews out of Germany, or didn't care who they talked to or who helped them. The aim was to reduce the Jewish population by any means.
Heydrich's anti-Semitism is soon needed elsewhere. In March 1938, Hitler annexes his native country Austria. Many Austrians are enthusiastic about the so-called Anschluss, the annexation of their country to Germany. The SS arrives with the first German troops. Himmler and Heydrich lose no time. Heydrich has wanted lists drawn up. Political opponents are arrested. Austria's Jews become the target of repression. In many places, there are pogrom-like attacks. This goes too far for Heydrich. He doesn't mind anti-Semitic violence, but preferably in secret, not before the eyes of the world. He sends Eichmann to Vienna to clarify the Jewish question. Eichmann comes up with a new strategy. The Jews are to be persuaded to emigrate and pay for their forced departure themselves.
The biggest problem from the perspective of the SS is that many states abroad have already introduced quotas. And of course, these states don't want mass immigration of impoverished German Jews.
The problem is discussed in Berlin. At a meeting in Göring's Reich Aviation Ministry on November 12, 1938, Heydrich presents his plan. The goal was to accelerate the emigration of all Jews in Germany and to cover the costs. Göring, the second man in the state, is enthusiastic. Heydrich becomes the leading figure of Jewish policy in the Nazi regime. As a new capacity of racial issues, he brings another idea into play, marking all Jews with a special badge. The idea will become reality in a few years. Under Heydrich's leadership, the SS becomes the driving force behind the forced emigration of the Jews. By the beginning of the war, about 350,000 Jews are expropriated and expatriated. From the Nazis' point of view, a success. On duty, a ruthless aggressor. Off duty, Heydrich poses as a cultural man and a beau. Nothing unusual in Nazi Germany.
Reinhard Heydrich, like many of the top Nazis, absolutely loved German culture. They listened to music. They loved the music of Beethoven and Bach. Heydrich played the violin quite well. And same day, they could give the order to murder 50 or 100 or 1,000 people. They're not in contradiction for the top Nazis, for the SS. This is something that was simply par for the course for someone like Heydrich.
Heydrich comes from a musical family and is a virtuoso violinist. As a young cadet, he had to play for his superiors in the evenings on board. He remains faithful to music and impresses his comrades in the SS with it.
I think that in many ways, because of the weight of the work he had to do, he almost called the violin a friend. Because if he ever had any kind of problem, he would take the violin and play.
The weight of his work, specifically terror and persecution, also allows him to cultivate his second great passion, sports. Heydrich is regularly drawn to the mountains, for example, to the Greater German Alpine Ski Championships, where the SD boss likes to have his picture taken with the winners. Gdansk, September 1st, 1939. The invasion of Poland marked a turning point in Heydrich's career. Hitler triumphs and brings Danzig home to the Reich, as the propaganda puts it. But in truth, this war is about something else. Lebensraum, or living space. Reinhard Heydrich, who travels to Poland in Hitler's entourage, is well aware of this.
When Hitler's planning, when he's telling Himmler his plans, when he's talking to Heydrich, he makes it very clear. He doesn't care how many Poles have to die. He has absolutely no empathy, no sympathy for them at all.
Behind the fighting troops, Heydrich sends so-called Einsatzgruppen to Poland. Their mission? To wipe out the elites. Heydrich once again draws up death lists.
Heydrich was a brutal killer. He was a cold-blooded mass murderer, and he had absolutely no problem putting these thousands of names out there and telling his Einsatzgruppen to go and find these people and murder them.
In order to coordinate the mass murders in the East, a new authority is founded in Berlin at the end of September 1939 under Heydrich's leadership, the Reich Security Main Office. The new super agency of the SS are pulling the strings for terror at home and abroad. Heydrich regularly sends his people into action, mostly for murder campaigns. The department under Adolf Eichmann, responsible for Jewish affairs, become notorious. An important element for the reorganization in the East is the control over the Jewish population. On Heydrich's initiative, the first ghettos are established in Poland. Soon after, the residents of the ghettos must wear an armband with the Star of David.
Heydrich wanted to be able to control the Jewish population. He wanted to know exactly where they were. Then if it should come to time, then you have put this first massive element of control, of domination in place already. So in other words, the ghettoization was a crucial step on the road toward the Holocaust.
The war continues in the West. Germany defeats France. Heydrich continues to concentrate on the solution of the Jewish question. With the conquest of Poland, the number of Jews in the German sphere of power has multiplied. What is to be done with them? One proposal is the deportation of all Jews to Madagascar, a French colony. After the victory over France, this plan suddenly seems realistic. The choice falls on Madagascar. Because the island is far away, because it is isolated, and because of its notorious climate. Even after their expulsion, the life of the Jews should still be a life of hardships. It is an idea that has long been haunting anti-Semitic minds. Heydrich has concrete plans developed, in close consultation with a foreign office.
Quickly you realize you don't have enough ships, you're at war with England. So the idea is off the stove as quickly as it seemed appealing in the short term. Even if it promised a quick solution to the problem, what do we do with the European Jews?
The decision is postponed. While Hitler plans the war against the Soviet Union, Heydrich receives the order to work out a final solution. In a border police school, he instructs his Einsatzgruppen shortly before the attack on the Soviet Union. There is talk of the fight against Bolshevism and Jewry, but there are no concrete orders. Heydrich trusts in the initiative of his men. June 22nd, 1941, Operation Barbarossa starts. From the beginning, this campaign is planned as a war of extermination. Heydrich wants to fight too, as a fighter pilot. After all, his uniform still doesn't bear any real war medals.
He was a representative with great powers, and he stood there with a medal-free chest. So, being a healthy person, he could not prove to the broad mass of the population that he'd also done service at the front, which bothered him beyond measure.
The desire for recognition makes Heydrich forget all the dangers. His plane is caught in Soviet anti-aircraft fire over the Eastern Front on July 22nd, 1941. His Messerschmitt is hit. Heydrich has to make an emergency landing between the fronts. A German scouting party finds him. For his crash landing, he receives the Iron Cross First Class, which he wears proudly on his uniform from now on. The vanity of a mass murderer. Meanwhile, Heydrich's Einsatzgruppen go on a manhunt in the east. Mass shootings take place from the first day. At first, the victims are mainly Jewish men.
Heydrich doesn't have to be constantly telling them what to do. They're reporting back to them. And so in a sense, they're working towards Heydrich. They are reporting back how well they are doing to fulfill his expectations.
In August 1941, the Wehrmacht advances into the Baltic states. There is no escape for the Jews. In the port city of Libau lives 16-year-old Fanny Siegel, daughter of a tailor.
We didn't feel much anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, we lived in a house with many non-Jews and Christians around. Also many ethnic Germans lived in Libau.
But after the German invasion, things change. Everywhere, Jews are rounded up by uniformed Germans and civilians who willingly helped.
And one day my father came home and told my mother that they dig graves by the sea, he said, and I think that the graves are for us.
At first, Fanny's father is forced to work for the Germans, but this does not protect him.
We were a few hundred people and suddenly an order came out, all men out. My father started to cry. He kissed me, gave me his watch. He knew that this was the end.
Onlookers watched the action. Although filming is strictly forbidden, a Wehrmacht soldier films a mass shooting in Latvia. Soon, women and children are also murdered.
You have this horrific mass wave of crime called the Holocaust by bullets. So it becomes just a wave of mass murder, primarily against the Jews, but there are many other victims.
Himmler and Heydrich follow the results. They worry about the discipline of the perpetrators and about there being too many witnesses. A network of SD and Gestapo offices is systematically spun across Europe. No one is to escape the grasp of the SS. The goal is now clearly defined. All of Europe is to be free of Jews. No Jew is to survive the war. January 1942. Heydrich summons top representatives of the Reich to a conference at Wannsee in Berlin. He wants to clarify the further steps for the final solution of the Jewish question.
Heydrich is clearly the one who is pulling the strings here. He cannot, of course, be detached from Hitler nor from Himmler as the inspirers and supporters of this policy, but he's the one who takes the decisive steps of radicalization.
At the conference, Heydrich finally officially announces what everyone present has long known.
It is a working lunch. You have breakfast together, and you basically agree on self-evident things. As the minutes show, nobody has any fundamental objections, but they're informed. These are the Jews here, the millions, millions, millions in the different countries, and we will deport them all. And so now you know it. And then everybody sits there and says, yeah, we're not surprised.
The number of Jews to be sent from Europe to the East is carefully recorded. Forced labor until death or immediate murder awaits them. Even countries that have not yet been conquered are planned for. According to the Wannsee Protocol, a total of 11 million Jews were to disappear from Europe. Heydrich has the lead in the so-called final solution of the Jewish question, but that is not enough for him. In 1941, he becomes Deputy Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia. Heydrich takes up his new post at Prague Castle in September 1941. Bohemia and Moravia, as the Germans called Czechoslovakia, has armaments factories and is therefore vital to the war effort. In the face of burgeoning resistance, Heydrich is expected to tighten the reins on the protectorate. Just one day after taking up his post, he declares a state of emergency.
As soon as he arrived in Prague, he killed hundreds and hundreds of Czechs, which wasn't necessary at all. Not even Hitler sent him to Prague to do so.
Heydrich wants to use fear and terror to drive the industrial workers in the armaments factories to perform better.
Heydrich implemented the forced armament industry to be completely squeezed out. And it was the Škoda works in Plzeň that produced lots of the important armament industry that supported the Wehrmacht until April 1945. He also implemented much of the anti-Jewish policies, and it was under his watch that the Theresienstadt was set up.
Meanwhile, the final solution of the Jewish question has become just as important as the final victory for the Nazi leadership. The former Austrian fortress Theresienstadt has been used as a Gestapo prison since 1939. Critics of the regime are imprisoned and silenced here by Heydrich's police. Since 1941, the whole city has turned into a large ghetto. Presented by the propaganda as a quiet retirement home for Jews, it's actually a transit camp for the Holocaust. The fortress Theresienstadt itself also becomes a death camp. Over 30,000 inmates die here and are burned to death. In the meantime, the Heydrich family settles in for an extended stay in Czechoslovakia. They move into a luxurious country chateau 20 kilometers outside of Prague. It used to belong to a Jewish sugar factory owner. Now, a murderer of Jews leads a pleasant life in the 30-room mansion. Heydrich's wife Lena wants a swimming pool in the 70-hectare garden. It is built by forced laborers from the Theresienstadt ghetto. The governor of Bohemia and Moravia does not miss the opportunity to present Hitler with a whole hospital train for his birthday, in the name of the Czech people. Furthermore, he enjoys supplying the Führer with success stories from Czechoslovakia, most of which are exaggerated. The contact between Hitler and Heydrich almost always goes through Himmler. With Heydrich's new office as Reichsprotector, he hopes for direct proximity to the dictator.
Heydrich and Hitler met perhaps 10 times in person, so I wouldn't describe the relationship as close. However, Hitler is of course very aware of Heydrich as a person, and Heydrich is also repeatedly involved in central discussions when it comes to the Jewish question.
He doesn't lose sight of that question in Czechoslovakia either.
Heydrich is also involved when it's about setting up extermination camps in the East. We're talking about an industrial system of extermination, no longer about manual shootings, but an industrial murdering, mostly with gas.
Belzec, near Lublin. Here, in March 1942, a new type of camp is put into operation. Today the place is a memorial.
Belzec has 6 hectares, that's only 3 or 4 soccer fields, so actually nothing. And in fact, on that site, the only building made of bricks is the gas chamber. Everything else is really just wooden barracks. And there's a railroad track. This is essentially an extermination camp with a railroad track, or rather, a railroad track with an extermination camp.
New arrivals are ordered to take a bath before the alleged work assignment. They must undress, hand over valuables, and the women's heads are shaved. Then they pass through a barbed wire entanglement to the gas chambers, disguised as baths. After being murdered by exhaust fumes, the bodies are burnt on large grates and buried in mass graves. One of the first reports of the new form of mass murder came from an SS officer, Kurt Gerstein. In August 1942, Gerstein travels from Poland back to the Reich. By chance, he meets a Swedish diplomat on the train, to whom he reports about Belzec. The unsuspecting Jews would be herded into gas chambers adorned with the Star of David and disguised as the Hackenholt Foundation. Hackenholt is the name of the SS man who operates the engine of the gas chamber. Gerstein reports that on the day of his visit, the engine went on strike, which must have been very embarrassing for the men. It took almost 3 hours before it finally started. The crammed dead were still standing upright in the chamber. Completely distraught, Gerstein tells the diplomat about his experience. Up to 1,500 people per shift were murdered in Belzec in this way.
So this diplomat, as diplomats normally do, listens to all of this, nods his head politely and says, Okay, I report back. But he doesn't know what to make of it. So in retrospect, we know that Gerstein wasn't talking nonsense here at all. But the diplomat listens to it and says, yeah, but it all sounds very strange.
The diplomat forwards a report. After that, nothing happens. The Germans can continue to murder almost undisturbed. In Prague, Heydrich is already making new plans. The SS general reflects on Europe after the final victory under German leadership.
Großdeutschland und Italien bilden Kern und Fundament des europäischen Wiederaufbaus. Lebensgebiet für Lebensgebiet wird als Pfeiler des Ganzen für sich neu gestaltet und geformt.
Heydrich planned to kind of create a Central Europe, kind of this old Germanic blend in which Germans would have a domination and the local Slavic people at best would be a little bit like slaves who can count up to 500, can spell, write their own names, but not much more. So he had all of these Germanization policies that basically Czechs would slowly either be assimilated or would be serving the German master people.
Heydrich wants to make his protectorate the prototype of Germanization for all of Europe. The reorganization of the protectorate is part of the monstrous master plan of the Nazis. The East is to be settled by people with Germanic blood. A Germanic people is to be created in the new Lebensraum through breeding. This new breed should be able to assert itself in the struggle for world domination. The so-called General Plan East, a nightmare.
The General Plan Ost was a plan to destroy not only the peoples of Central Eastern Europe, but also any legacy of their culture and their history as well.
In December 1941, Heydrich receives Hitler's favorite architect in Prague, Albert Speer. They make plans for the reconstruction of Prague in the post-war period. The Germanized city is to be surrounded by a ring road directly connected to the German highway network. A new German government district, a German university, and a German opera house are to give Prague a Germanic character and make it the Nazis' showcase city in the new Europe. Heydrich is interested in Bohemian history. He has the keys of the crown treasure handed over to him. He seems to be particularly fascinated by the medieval Wenceslas crown. An old legend says that it's cursed. Anyone who puts it on illegally dies in the course of a year. Whether Heydrich really put the crown on his head is disputed. In May 1942, the Prague Music Weeks are held at Palais Waldstein. Snapshot: Mr. and Mrs. Heydrich on the evening of the 26th of May. The last photo showing Heydrich alive. The next morning, he plans to leave for Berlin and Paris. At 10 a.m., he says goodbye to the family. Heydrich leaves without an escort.
Heydrich was convinced that no one would dare to make an attempt on his life. If only because, of course, the leaders of the national resistance knew perfectly well that it would result in an immense punitive expedition.
The Czechoslovakian army in exile is trained in Great Britain. Volunteers train for special operations in Hitler's Europe. Two of them are the soldiers Jan Kubisch and Josef Gabčík. In a hairpin bend, they're able to stop Heydrich's car and detonate a grenade.
One of the guys called me and said there was an attack against a high SS officer in Lebingen. And he was severely wounded. And they didn't dare, I don't know why, to tell me who it was, but it was easy for me to guess.
An entire district is cordoned off and combed by the police. There is no trace of the perpetrators.
Standing there, seeing the car, I saw everything, blood all over Prague. And not only over Prague, but over the entire protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia.
Heydrich is rushed to the hospital. At first he seems to recover, but then, after a week, he dies.
He didn't die of the wound, he died of sepsis. And the Nazi Germany didn't have antibiotics, they had sulfonamides, and they were just not strong enough to fight the infection. So he died a very painful death.
In Prague, the crowd pays its last respects to Hitler's governor. Many ethnic Germans pay their respects. Even Czechs come to his grave. Some probably hope to appease the Nazis' thirst for revenge. In vain. The village of Lidice, not far from Prague, is razed to the ground.
There was a very thin link to the resistance, but mostly it was done to drive the point home that Czech resistance will be met by absolutely brutal annihilation.
Lidice is a Czech trauma. 173 men are shot on the spot. 80 more women and men are murdered later. Few of the children of the village are Germanized. The others perish in gas chambers. The Germans search for the assassins for 3 weeks. They receive the decisive clue. They are hiding in a church in Prague.
Once their whereabouts had been identified, the SS relatively quickly began to seal off and surround the church.
A large contingent of police and SS stormed the church. 3 resistance fighters entrenched themselves in the gallery. Traces of bullets and hand grenades are still visible in the church today. The 3 fighters are mortally wounded. Then it turns out that some men are also entrenched in the crypt of the church. The Germans call in Prague's fire department. They use gas and water to drive the Heydrich bombers out of their hiding place. It is the end.
The moment the water level rose, of course, the assassins knew that the only way for them to avoid torture and interrogation was to kill themselves.
The men retreat to the old burial chambers of the crypt. There, they shoot themselves. For a brief moment, the SS triumphed. But in the collective memory of the Czech people, the assassins have a firm place. Until today.
The assassination of Heydrich is one of the foundational myths of Czech national memory of the 20th century. Yes, many people were killed and tortured or sent to concentration camps as the aftermath, but it was also a moment when the Czech history, which usually is fairly passive, should know more, and we are going to fight back and we are going to be brave.
The widow Heydrich stayed at her castle with her children until shortly before the end of the war. She never renounced National Socialism. After the war, she receives the widow's pension of a general killed in action in the Federal Republic. Because Heydrich dies before the end of the war, he is not convicted as a war criminal. Not even today. A memorial in Prague commemorates the place where the architect of the Holocaust meets his end. Hitler's most efficient executioner, the cold prototype of the technocratic perpetrator, driven by hatred, career ambition, and a thirst for recognition. June 6, 1944. Hitler's enemies land on the coast of Normandy. With heavy losses, Allied troops overcome the German defenses. Nazi Germany now has to fight on two fronts, in the west and on the Eastern Front. Units of the Waffen-SS are deployed to France to stop the Western powers. On their way to the front, they are ordered to take action against French partisans. The resistance has already taken control of entire towns. Among them, the town of Tulle. Soldiers of the Waffen-SS recapture Tulle. The residents are ordered to assemble in the market square. While some SS men enjoy themselves in the cafe, others arbitrarily select men from among the residents. They hang 99 of them, as revenge for the German soldiers killed by the resistance.
This was a kind of troop that was meant to have no pity for Germany's enemies, or those people who designated Germany's enemies by the SS and by Hitler.
Deterrence through mass murder. But the resistance also takes revenge.
There were counter-shootings of German prisoners, and then, typical of the SS, they show that they're even tougher, even more unconditional, and actually wipe out an entire village in Oradour. The men were shot, and the women and children were driven into a church and burned alive there.
The massacre of Oradour-sur-Glane. In 1944, SS men murder 642 people here. Men, women, children. Afterwards, the village is destroyed. The remains of Oradour still stand today as a memorial.
Oradour-sur-Glane is certainly not the only crime committed by the SS, but it is symptomatic of a culture of violence and enforcement, of repression and terror. According to the principle of harshness, a harshness against oneself, the ability to overcome one's inhibitions in order to commit the worst atrocities.
Nazi propaganda styles the men of the Waffen-SS as a military elite. Recklessness and uncompromising combat readiness bring them admirers, and death and terror to their opponents. These are heroes with a contempt for death. Invincible. That is the propaganda. The reality is different. July 1940. Victory celebrations in Berlin for the German Wehrmacht. In just 6 weeks, it has defeated France, its so-called arch-enemy.
Die Männer der Waffen-SS nehmen an diesem Ruhm teil.
Hitler uses the term Waffen-SS officially here for the first time, in his Reichstag speech after the French campaign. The plan to turn the SS into armed military units is much older. Even before Hitler came to power, the SS dreamed of elite warriors.
The soldierly element was there from the very start, with the uniforms, the marching, the military sports, and so forth. In 1933, the SS went on to establish individual armed units relatively quickly.
The former cadet school in Berlin-Lichterfelde, the barracks of one of the first armed SS units. In 1933, Hitler personally orders the expansion of his bodyguard and commissions Josef, known as Sepp Dietrich, to do this. Within a few months, the SS Sonderkommando increases in size to almost 800 men, all of them loyal volunteers and ardent Nazis. At the Reich Party Congress in 1933, Dietrich's troop receives its final name, Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler. The dictator's ruthless private army, a nucleus of the Waffen-SS. At the same time, the Reichswehr claims to be the nation's sole bearer of arms. An army with Prussian tradition, officially limited to 100,000 men by the Treaty of Versailles.
Hitler was looking for alternatives or auxiliaries, a way of building it up, and so the SS Verfügungstruppen were the kind of nucleus of an alternative military force.
In 1934, the SS establishes more armed regiments, troops at the disposal of the Führer. Ostensibly no competition for the regular army, more a kind of military state protection. At the end of 1935, the Verfügungstruppe consists of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, with a good 2,600 men, and the two SS-Standarten Deutschland and Germania, so almost 5,100 men in total. SS Chief Himmler wants his men to form an elite Nazis and elite warriors. For this, he needs well-trained officers. Bad Tölz in Upper Bavaria. This is where Himmler has the first SS Reichsschule built in 1934. A large new structure is built for it. And the so-called Junkerschule in Bad Tölz. Sport is very much the order of the day. Ideologically trained, physically fit warriors. That is the training goal for the young SS officers.
And those who came together there had already been with the SS for some time. So here we didn't have a cross-section of the German male population, as was more likely with the Wehrmacht at least. Instead, these were men, young men, with a clear National Socialist outlook.
In 1935, the second Junker School is established in the castle of Braunschweig. Himmler successfully recruits a retired Reichswehr general as inspector of the Junker schools and the dispositional troops, Paul Hauser.
Himmler needs a military expert. After all, he wants to create military units that are also supposed to perform militarily. And that can't be done merely with amateurs or street fighters. A certain amount of expertise is required. And Hauser, as a general, is the man who provides that expertise.
Hauser organizes the training. Prospective SS officers are trained in technology and tactics. The curriculum also includes a world view in line with Himmler's wishes. Germanic history, Aryan race studies, the delusion of the so-called Lebensraum. Those are the main subjects of study. The Nazi worldview will penetrate the head of every SS man.
Looking back, I think it was a very strong spirit of comradeship, based on the same mindset, so to speak. It was based on the fact that we were convinced we were fighting a just war. We were convinced that we were the master race, and we were the pick of that master race. And that really does bind people together.
The aim of the training is conquest. Hitler does make frequent speeches about peace, but he wants war, and as soon as possible. April 20th, 1939. Hitler's 50th birthday. Germany's army shows what it has to offer. It's a demonstration of power. Less than 4 months later, Hitler orders the invasion of Poland. On September 1st, 1939, the Second World War begins. Approximately 4.5 million soldiers of the regular army have armed units of the SS fighting alongside them, and accounting for not even 1% of its total strength. On October 4th, 1939, the German Ufer-Tonwoche newsreel reports on the Polish campaign and on the SS warriors under Sepp Dietrich.
Auf seiner Fahrt an die Front von Warschau begrüßt der Führer seine Leibstandarte, die sich bei dem Siegeszug in Polen glänzend geschlagen hat.
Reality has very little to do with the Nazi propaganda. Dietrich's Leibstandarte has suffered heavy losses. The professionals from the Wehrmacht criticize the fighting behavior of the SS men.
Combat not only requires soldiers to be passionate fighters, most importantly, different troops also have to cooperate. The infantry does attack, but it also requires simultaneous, coordinated support from artillery fire. At least at the beginning. That was one of the weak points of the SS.
In their frontline reports, officers of the Wehrmacht complain about the tactical shortcomings of the SS men. One example, the Leibstandarte was only partially able to carry out its mission. It became engaged in bitter frontal house-to-house fighting with a weak enemy, to which it was inferior in infantry combat terms. The fighting style of the SS was characterized by blind bravado and a lack of leadership.
The
Wehrmacht strongly criticizes the actions of the Waffen-SS, especially its military performance, which is seen as inferior. But there's also a lot of competitive thinking involved, and there are certain grounds for that. But the point is precisely that the Wehrmacht absolutely does not agree with the fact that a separate SS troop is going into battle alongside it.
The SS is conspicuous, above all, for its brutal attacks on the civilian population. The perpetrators are men like Hermann Müller-John. Before the war, he led the music corps of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. As SS Hauptsturmführer on September 18, 1939, Müller-John has 50 Jews shot dead near Warsaw.
There was a sort of a fake excuse made up for him that some people had fired from houses and that he had reacted. But in reality, he simply decided that he was going to kill people. He was targeting them because they were Jews.
The Wehrmacht arrests Müller-John. The commander in charge wants to have him court-martialed.
With the Müller-John case, the Wehrmacht wanted to set an example. They wanted to demonstrate that SS men could not simply do that sort of thing right under their noses.
From prison, the SS man seeks help by writing to his superior, the commander of the Leibstandarte, Sepp Dietrich, who turns directly to Hitler. Hitler orders the prisoner to be released immediately. Müller-John returns to the Leibstandarte and is later promoted. At the end of the war, he commits suicide. In occupied Poland, SS men murder more than 60,000 people, mainly Jews, within a single year. The perpetrators are under the direct command of SS Reichsführer Himmler. They are policemen or members of the armed concentration camp guards, the so-called Totenkopfstandarten, under the leadership of Theodor Eicke. The crimes horrify many officers in the Wehrmacht. Even though most of them consider Poles inferior, the mass murder of civilians goes too far for them. General Johannes Blaskowitz complains in writing about the brutalization and moral corruption of the actions in Poland.
He and many members of the Wehrmacht believed in a certain military code of honor, that there's certain things that one simply shouldn't do unless absolutely forced to. And one of these things was the mass murder of civilians.
Also out of fear of resistance from the Polish population, Blaskowitz also demands an end to SS terror in the conquered territories. In the face of the Wehrmacht's criticism of his SS task forces, Himmler is forced to react. He says he is doing nothing that the Führer does not know. And Hitler not only knows what the SS is doing, he wants things to remain that way.
Hitler's response to Blaskowitz and criticisms by senior army officers of the brutality of the German troops in Poland was to say, this is not the Salvation Army, you don't fight a war in this way.
The critics in the Wehrmacht fall silent. In October 1939, Hitler decrees that special jurisdiction applies to members of the SS and to police on special duty. This means that the Wehrmacht military courts no longer have jurisdiction over the SS. Hitler wants to wage a war of extermination in the East. By conquering new living space, Germanizing entire regions, and destroying the Jewish world enemy. The armed SS units are fighting on the front line in support of this murderous worldview. For Hitler and Himmler, the SS soldiers have proved their worth during the Polish campaign, despite all their military shortcomings. At the beginning of 1940, Himmler is allowed to further increase the size of his SS army. At the beginning, the Waffen-SS comprises the following branches. The Leibstandarte under Sepp Dietrich, upgraded in 1941 to the 1st SS Tank Division, SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Next to them, the Verfügungstruppe. Under Paul Hauser at the end of 1940, they become the 2nd SS Tank Division, Das Reich. And the Totenkopfstandarten, originally concentration camp personnel. In 1942, under Theodor Eicke, they become the 3rd SS Tank Division, Totenkopf. On May 10th, 1940, the Germans attack in the west. Under the high command of the Wehrmacht, Waffen-SS units also storm through Belgium and Holland towards France.
An der Spitze der deutschen Truppen stoßen die Formationen der Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler mit einer Panzerdivision gegen Rotterdam vor.
For days on end, the port city is besieged by German troops, and fighting is especially fierce at the bridges. The German Air Force is told to bomb Rotterdam. Dutch officers start negotiating a surrender, but the news never reaches the German bombers. More than 800 people die. German troops enter the city. Among them are members of the Leibstandarte. They shoot Dutch soldiers who have long since surrendered. Kurt Student, a general in the German paratroopers, orders the SS men to cease fire. Student is hit in the head by a ricochet and is seriously injured. The Waffen-SS lacks discipline and expertise. Commanders like Sepp Dietrich are military amateurs. As head of the Leibstandarte, he's in charge of several thousand men. The young Wehrmacht officer Philipp von Boeselager later experiences an order issued by Sepp Dietrich.
It wasn't the kind of order we were used to, with clear goals and clear boundaries and so on. Instead, it was more like, we'll do it this way, and you go right and you go left, and I'll watch out. I was very surprised at just how unmilitary those orders were.
The SS replaces its lack of military expertise with a prescribed contempt for death.
The first campaigns of the SS were characterized by a will to assert themselves as a military elite at all costs, but at the same time, often by a lack of professionalism, which led to heavy losses now and then.
But losses hardly matter if the end result is a victory. Within a few days, the neutral states of Holland and Belgium are overrun by German troops. The next target is France. The German troops advance quickly and push the enemy towards the Atlantic coast. The port city of Dunkirk. From here, French and British soldiers are evacuated to safety in England. The Germans are moving ever closer, including SS Totenkopf units. Not far from the coast, they come across a unit of the 2nd British Infantry Division. The British defend themselves stubbornly until they run out of ammunition and surrender. The SS have suffered heavy losses. Their commander has the 100 or so British soldiers in the village of Le Paradis lined up and shot. Only 2 survive.
In these crimes, one constantly encounters the will to assert oneself as a military elite by erasing any perceived traces of military failure.
On May 28, 1940, in the village of Wormhout, British soldiers are surrounded by men of the Leibstandarte. Here too, the SS have suffered heavy losses. The British soldiers surrender. They include 19-year-old Albert Evans.
They weren't very pleasant people to meet at all, none whatsoever. I mean, our officer pleaded with the Waffen-SS, and he said, the point of where you're going is a point of no return.
The British are driven into a stable, and SS men throw hand grenades into it. Evans is injured, but manages to escape with his captain.
This SS guard follows us down, 3 yards round, bang, bang. Captain was dead. And he turned around and fired at me, but the bullets hit the tree. I was lucky. They just hit me in the back, grazed in the back of the neck. And
Evans faints. The SS man thinks he's dead.
I happened to look up. I could hear all the automatic firing, and I wanted to go back to my comrades. And then I thought, well, in my state, I don't think I'd have got there. I'd have been killed before I got there. Anyway, I could see this farm in the distance, which I managed to crawl into, and that's what saved my life.
More than 80 British prisoners are murdered at Wormhout by SS men. Heinrich Himmler stylizes his SS murderers as Nazi Praetorians. The Black Order is considered particularly Aryan and loyal to Hitler. The men of the Waffen-SS now add the image of self-sacrificing super warriors to Himmler's propaganda. This myth is to be spread by a separate PR troop.
These SS war correspondents had an important function in spreading certain views, certain myths about the SS, and they did so very, very successfully.
Hitler also publicly praises the achievements of his SS men after the victory in the West, even though they contributed little to the success. Inexperience and ruthlessness have been costly. After the Polish and Western campaigns, the Waffen-SS have suffered heavy losses. Their ranks have to be replenished. The Waffen-SS, an army of volunteers, according to the propaganda. Himmler initially recruits his soldiers mostly from the ranks of the General SS, honorary SS men. But this reserve is quickly exhausted, also because SS members are drafted into the Wehrmacht. New recruits are mainly attracted by the elitist image The men are proud to be chosen. In 1941, 17-year-old Wolfgang Filor becomes an SS man.
When I got the conscription order, I walked around the whole town and was happy that I'd been called up, because at the medical examination in the summer of 1941, out of 80 men, only 3 or 4 were accepted. The others only joined the Wehrmacht, not the Waffen-SS.
In addition to a dashing image, the Waffen-SS also offers social advancement opportunities. Young men without higher education can make a career in the SS. A career like that of Sepp Dietrich. A general without a high school diploma is unimaginable in the Wehrmacht. In the barracks of the Waffen-SS, the recruits learn how to handle weapons and receive military training. There is a special emphasis on physical training, as with all armies of the world. But the men of the Waffen-SS are more than just ordinary soldiers. Their inner attitude is also part of the drill.
The SS man was supposed to be extremely tough, and the kind of training they got was in a way rather similar to the sort of punishments they would mete out to concentration camp inmates. Extreme cruelty, extreme harshness, unquestioning obedience.
In 1942, Jürgen Gürgensohn volunteers for the Waffen-SS.
We'd been seriously drilled during our training, almost like animals, in fact. Sometimes it was very, very brutal.
If one of the young men does not achieve the set goals, the whole group is punished. So pressure from the instructors is exacerbated by beatings from comrades.
Not everyone could stand it. There were also some who wanted to get out of it. And the only way was suicide.
The prototype Waffen-SS warrior is tough, courageous, and above all, victorious. At least that's how the Nazi newsreels present him.
SS-Sturmmann Fritz Christen, der als 20-Jähriger der jüngste Ritterkreuzträger der deutschen Wehrmacht ist in seiner Heimat. Innerhalb von 24 Stunden vernichtete er nicht weniger als 13 feindliche Tanks.
A hero of the Waffen-SS. The propaganda has an impact.
As a young guy, as a soldier, when you came home and you didn't have a decoration, you were basically nothing. Everyone would have loved to get the Knight's Cross, no matter how.
The prospect of winning medals leads many soldiers to their deaths. To further swell the ranks of his Waffen-SS, Himmler lowers the entry standards. The minimum height of 1.70 m is abolished. Severe visual impairment is no longer a problem. From 1941 onwards, it becomes easier for new volunteers to join.
Waffen-SS recruiters go to Reich labor service camps and Hitler youth camps and put the young men there under considerable pressure to volunteer. The requirement is that they give up on their own ideals to avoid the Führer being disappointed by a lack of suitable candidates.
The German victories in Western and Northern Europe open up promising prospects for the Waffen-SS recruiters, who now become active in the supposedly Germanic brother nations. In Himmler's understanding, these are the Scandinavians, Dutch, and Belgians. Here, Himmler has units of the Germanic SS founded, modeled after Germany's General SS. From their ranks, the Waffen-SS is replenished. In Belgium, the SS mainly wins supporters from the Flemish National Federation, a party that advocates the secession of Flanders from Belgium and has fascist tendencies. After the Germans occupy Belgium, the National Federation collaborates with the Nazis. One of its supporters is Oswald van Ortichem. In 1941, he volunteers for the Waffen-SS at the age of 17.
The great wave of volunteers only came after the war with Russia had started, and the Flemish leadership had called for volunteers in the fight against Bolshevism. Firstly, and secondly, to acquire for Flanders an equal place in the new Europe.
By 1945, almost 10,000 Flemings had joined the Waffen-SS, in addition to 22,000 Dutch, around 6,000 Danes, and about 5,000 Norwegians. From 1942 onwards, Himmler also accepts women into the Waffen-SS.
The women helpers within the SS were a very small group and were actually listed as SS members. Here we have a group of about 2,500 people who were actually selected as SS helpers from the women's and girls' organizations of National Socialism, usually young unmarried women who then took on tasks in the SS.
Ober-Enheim in Alsace. Here, from 1942, Himmler sets up the Reich SS School, housed in country estates, the only SS school for women. As stipulated in the operational regulations, the female SS helpers are trained for the communication service as telephonists, teleprinters, and radio operators. Male intelligence personnel can thus be transferred to the front. The requirements for radio training are high. The women have to learn foreign languages and also how to operate the Enigma cipher machine. Ideological instruction and mother training are also on the curriculum. SS Chief Himmler has precise ideas for the future of the SS women.
Das sollen Bräute und Frauen für unsere jungen SS-Männer und Führer in der Zukunft sein.
Any goings-on with strange men or nighttime excursions result in dismissal from the SS. Liaisons with SS men, on the other hand, are tolerated, as long as no petty jealousy is involved. After the Second World War, the female SS helpers are not classified as members of the SS and usually avoid prosecution. Yet from 1943 onwards, they are deployed in all branches of the SS, including concentration camps. On June 22, 1941, Germany attacks the Soviet Union. For Himmler, the real mission of the SS now begins: to conquer living space in the East and to destroy alleged Jewish Bolshevism. Himmler's Waffen-SS has grown to 5 divisions, but this is still only a fraction of the total German strength of 150 divisions. Within a few weeks, the German advance far to the east. The Soviet army is not prepared. Entire units end up as prisoners of war. By 1945, over 3 million Soviet prisoners of war will starve to death or die from epidemics in Wehrmacht camps. A forgotten part of the German crime of the century, but entirely in Himmler's interest. In a 1943 speech to the SS leaders, he declares,
Wie es dem Russen geht, wie es dem Tschechen geht, ist mir total gleichgültig. Ob die anderen Völker in Wohlfahrt leben, ob sie verrecken vor Hunger, das interessiert mich nur so weit, als wir sie als Sklaven für unsere Kultur brauchen.
The war of extermination began as early as September 1939, but with the invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941, it entered a whole new dimension.
In the late summer of 1941, the Wehrmacht continues its advance on Moscow. The plan is for the conquest of the capital to bring victory. But in mid-October, the German advance gets bogged down in the mud. Rain is followed by snow and frost. Expecting a further blitzkrieg, the German soldiers are not equipped with winterproof clothing. Thousands freeze to death. The Soviet Union counterattacks. The Red Army pushes the Germans back, and Moscow is held. Hitler blames the Wehrmacht leadership, and in December 1941 assumes supreme command of the army himself.
Hitler thinks that the German army lacks the ideology and the fanaticism to confront a Bolshevik enemy, to use the term of that time, that is ideologically superior to it. He therefore increasingly favors the fanatical soldier. And in his opinion, the Waffen-SS man is the perfect embodiment of that fanatical soldier.
Himmler sees his chance to further expand the Waffen-SS and arranges for a PR campaign. Since the beginning of the war, cameramen and propaganda personnel have followed the German troops on their campaigns. Himmler uses his own SS war correspondents and sends them to the front. SS men in combat, filmed at close range. The footage is welcomed by the newsreels.
Männer der SS-Standarte Wiking, die zum großen Teil aus nordischen Freiwilligen besteht. Jede Handbreit Boden wird heiß umkämpft.
In proportion to its size, the Waffen-SS appears much more frequently in the newsreels than the Wehrmacht does.
The war correspondents certainly helped to make the Waffen-SS seem more important at the time. But above all, their views, their opinions, and the images they created of the Waffen-SS, which they also actually published, have contributed to how the Waffen-SS is still perceived to this day.
Early 1943, at Stalingrad, 250,000 German soldiers and allies are surrounded by the Soviet army. Their situation is hopeless. Less than 1/3 of them survive the battle, and thousands more die as prisoners of war. After the defeat at Stalingrad, Waffen-SS units in Ukraine are located outside Kharkov. A few weeks earlier, Waffen-SS General Paul Hauser had ordered his troops to withdraw from the city. He had thus avoided an encirclement, but had lost the city to the Red Army. In March 1943, the Germans attack Kharkov again. Soldiers of the SS tank divisions Das Reich and Leibstandarte retake the city. The victory is achieved with heavy losses, but the Wochenschau is jubilant, especially about the Waffen-SS.
Der Weg, den diese Soldaten kämpfend zurücklegten, war hart und schwer. Aber angesichts des Sieges sind die ungeheuren Strapazen dieser Winterschlacht bald vergessen.
Hitler is hoping for miracles from the Waffen-SS. By the beginning of 1943, its ranks have grown to 8 divisions. In the last 2 years of the war, the dictator deploys the Waffen-SS on various different fronts. The Führer's fire brigade is often brought in where defeats threaten. Wehrmacht officers like Bernd von Loringhoven changed their attitude towards the SS.
They were excellent soldiers, extremely brave men, and most of the time they were also better equipped than you were. So you felt pretty safe when you could lean on a Waffen-SS unit.
After years of rather moderate effectiveness, the tanks division of the Waffen-SS proved to be strong in battle. Like comparable units of the Wehrmacht, the troops receive the best recruits and the most modern equipment, and are quickly replenished after losses. Newly formed divisions, on the other hand, often fight only with looted weapons. For example, the SS Mountain Division, Prince Eugen. The Mountain Division is the first SS unit to consist almost exclusively of so-called ethnic Germans from Serbia, Croatia, and Romania. The division operates mainly in the Balkans. Its task is to fight partisans in Yugoslavia, and it commits numerous war crimes in the process, also against civilians. The Mountain Division is one of several SS units that Himmler creates for operations in the Balkans. In February 1943, a division is formed from, literally, Muslim volunteers. The 13th Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Handschar. Its emblem is the saber. Muslims from Bosnia as cannon fodder for the Waffen-SS. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem is particularly important for recruitment in the Balkans. Muhammad Amin al-Husseini has lived in Germany since 1941 and becomes a member of the General SS. Himmler emphasizes that Muslims are united with the SS by their common hostility towards Judaism. But the new fighters are difficult to reconcile with his idea of Nordic purity.
Himmler then creates the instrument by saying that a Bosnian Waffen-SS member is not a Bosnian SS man, but a Bosnian serving in the Waffen-SS units. He creates, so to speak, a special right to membership of the Waffen-SS for peoples who are not included per se in the overall Germanic concept.
By May 1945, the Waffen-SS has grown to 38 divisions. Many of them are only formed in the last year of the war and are immediately annihilated during the first frontline deployment. At the end of the war, some continue to exist only on paper. Of the more than 800,000 men who serve in the Waffen-SS during the Second World War, almost half are not from the German Reich. The Waffen-SS is a multi-ethnic army. On June 6, 1944, Allied troops land on the French Atlantic coast. The Waffen-SS is ordered to repel them. Mainly young, inexperienced soldiers of the newly established SS division Hitler Youth are available.
When it was set up, we didn't like the name at all, because it sounded like we were young kids, and we wanted to be real soldiers.
Many 16 and 17-year-olds joined the Waffen-SS straight from the school classroom. Young people who have grown up in the Nazi state and experienced years of propaganda and Nazi training. Among them is 17-year-old Bernhard Heydrich.
There was no danger of us reflecting on any of our actions. That wasn't our job. Our job was to follow orders.
The majority of the young people did not survive the fighting. Bernhard Heydrich would later process his impressions of the war as an artist. In the final months of the war, the Waffen-SS long since stopped relying on volunteers alone.
In the final phase of the war, from 44-45 onwards, when Himmler also took over functions such as Chief of the Reserve Army, the Waffen-SS forcibly conscripted young men. It's estimated that about 150,000 young men weren't actually volunteers at all. They joined under duress.
In view of the approaching fronts, Hitler relies more and more on the SS. In July 1944, he makes Himmler head of the replacement army and army equipment. The Reichsführer SS is thus also responsible for Germany's so-called Wunderwaffen, or miracle weapons. Rockets. Since 1938, in Peenemünde on Usedom, the Wehrmacht has been researching the new type of weapon. Under the direction of engineer Wernher von Braun, the so-called V-weapons are After Allied air raids on Peenemünde in 1943, the V2 weapons factory is relocated to the Harz Mountains. Near Nordhausen in Thuringia, the rockets are built underground in a system of tunnels. The SS takes over the organization. Prisoners from camps assemble the V2. Beside the mine tunnels, a new concentration camp is built, Dora Mittelbau. In the summer of 1944, Himmler wants to push ahead with the use of the rockets and accelerates production. By the end of the war, 6,000 V2s are produced here. By April 1945, the inhumane working conditions here kill 20,000 concentration camp prisoners. In the late summer of 1944, Antwerp and London in particular are bombarded with V2 rockets. 8,000 people are killed. The hoped-for turnaround in the war does not happen. By the end of 1944, the Nazi regime is under pressure on all fronts. In Eastern Europe, the Red Army reaches German soil in East Prussia. And in the West, the Americans and British are close to the border. The Waffen-SS is fighting on all fronts, and Himmler looks for more miracle weapons to still avert defeat. One of the projects is the so-called Natter, the first vertical takeoff aircraft with rocket propulsion. A disposable interceptor made of plywood designed to knock Allied bomber fleets out of the sky. The Heuberg military training area. On March 1st, 1945, the first manned test launch of the Natter is to take place here. At the launch pad, pilot Lothar Sieber discusses once again with designer Erich Bachem. The takeoff succeeds, but shortly afterwards, the aircraft goes out of control and crashes to the ground. Pilot Lothar Sieber is killed. Himmler continues his research on the Natter, but even this secret project cannot change the course of history. Hitler's last ally is Hungary's government under the fascist Arrow Cross Party. But the Red Army is already on Hungarian soil. Since Christmas 1944, Hungarian soldiers and units of the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS have been trapped in Budapest, about 70,000 men. Hitler demands the unconditional defense of the fortress of Budapest. The commander of the city, an officer of the Waffen-SS, obeys. The battle lasts over 3 months. 150,000 people die. The SS units are almost entirely wiped out. Despite such military disasters, Nazi propaganda continues to emphasize the super warrior image of the SS as the last bulwark of the regime.
What's fascinating is that we still associate the Waffen-SS with this elitist image today, because it was emphasized so much during the Nazi era through the propaganda measures of the regime. Those Waffen-SS tank units, Reich, Totenkopf, Viking, Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, and in part the Hitler Youth, were all propagated, so to speak. It's a myth that's somehow been continued.
A dangerous myth that leads many SS soldiers to give up their lives for a long-lost cause. In the final battle for Berlin, it is still units of the Waffen-SS that defend the government quarter to the last. Among them are a noticeable number of foreign SS volunteers, Danes, Latvians, and French. Among them, 26-year-old Henri Fenet.
We didn't think about death at all. Not at all. Just about fighting. Carrying on fighting.
An unconditional will to persevere. For some SS men, it was based less on loyalty to Hitler than on fear of the victors.
The knowledge that one had fought far outside the norms of international law and international military law of that time, and that the violence one had sown would now return with a vengeance. And if that feared revenge by the victors did occur, it would be the SS. The SS men who would of course suffer the most.
The chance of surviving capture for a member of the Waffen-SS was, indeed, lower than for members of the Wehrmacht. Not all SS soldiers had been involved in war crimes by any means, but that made no difference. The tattooed blood group under the left upper arm alone identifies the men as members of the SS, automatically making them criminals for the Allies.
Tattooed on his skin for life, as his SS ideas are in his brain for life. He is incurable.
The murderous madness of the SS, a warning from history.
That's what I tried to make clear to my students as their teacher, that war isn't anything heroic. It's blood and tears, and fear, and dirt. I told them not to be seduced again by such adventures, because that's what I thought they were back then.
The men of the Waffen-SS, trained to be fanatical, unscrupulous fighters, ruthless on the battlefield and to themselves. The vast majority of the perpetrators are never held accountable. After the war, many keep the myth of the Waffen-SS alive, with no regrets and no remorse. An evening off in 1943. Relaxation from a strenuous job. The workplace of these men and women is called Sobibor, an extermination camp.
These were absolutely normal people, not different in any way at all.
Absolutely normal people. Their mission? Mass murder.
Photographs of the SS officers who were running Auschwitz tells a story of people who seem to feel very relaxed, having no moral qualms about what they were doing. In that way, they're rather shocking pictures, I think.
It could seem as if this is a job like any other, maybe more heroic and requiring more toughness, but nonetheless certainly not one that stigmatized you as a brute or as a sadist.
Thousands of Germans become murderers, most of them without qualms. Orders are orders, a betrayal of humanity. In Hitler's Germany, the SS is an attractive employer. Dashing, smart, elitist. 18-year-old Harry Seidel wants to be part of it too.
My sister raved about it. Wow, she said, there were SS men there. They're such good-looking guys, strong and hard-working and clean-looking. Wonderful uniforms. You have to go there, she said. So, stupidly, I enlisted.
Harry Seidel joins the SS Death's Head units, the guards at the concentration camps. A safe job. One that gets you admired.
For the concentration camp guards and people at the bottom, these were usually people who had been unemployed during the Great Depression, or even earlier with the great inflation. Families had lost their savings, their fortunes.
I don't think it was just unemployment, just the search for a job. Like with so many questions about what motivated the SS men, that was just one motive among many others. They were uniformed, they were armed. These were all attractive features, and they had an extreme amount of power. A degree of power over the prisoners that is completely unimaginable to us today.
By the end of the 1930s, the power of the SS has been concentrated into three branches: the General SS, the Verfügungstruppe, and the Death's Head units. The leader of the Death's Head units is Theodor Eicke. He has a criminal record, no school-leaving qualifications, and has failed several times in his attempts to become a policeman. He sees his troop as the elite of the SS, selected to guard the most dangerous enemies of the state.
We know that Eicke wanted to recruit people who were very young. He preferred people under 20 that haven't had jobs and careers and families, so that basically the SS is their family.
The Death's Head is their symbol. The SS did not invent it. Pirates and armies have used it for centuries. Intimidation and a demonstration of power. But with the SS, the Death's Head and Germanic runes take on new significance. They stand for racial mania and mass murder.
It's also a way of identifying yourself. We are the toughest of the tough. We are the ones who are really willing to go very, very, very far. And I think this martial aura does something to the victims. We are dangerous and are perceived as dangerous.
That didn't bother us at all, that we had a skull and crossbones up there as a cockade on our cap. We were proud of it. I'm sorry, that's how it was.
Were they simply naive? In 1938, the Death's Head units numbered around 9,000 men. The Dachau concentration camp near Munich, a model for all SS camps, the school of violence, praised by propaganda.
Schieber und Verbrecher werden in großen Lagern interniert.
Dachau has two main tasks: the training of personnel and the torture of prisoners. Communists, homosexuals, Sinti and Roma, and Jews. Imprisoned and tortured simply because they do not fit into the Nazis' worldview. Death's Head unit recruits are specifically incited and encouraged to inflict abuse and violence. The aim of this is to break down inhibitions, to eliminate compassion. Anyone who hesitates is branded a coward.
I believe that comradeship and esprit de corps played a very central role for the Death's Head units. It was this being violent together and doing things together that actually far exceeded the realm of the norm. I'd see things like that as defining features of Eicke's school of violence.
Following the example of Dachau, the regime sets up more camps. In early 1939, 60,000 Germans are subjected to arbitrary violence. The men in the Death's Head units are trained at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. Harry Seidel is commanded to go to Sachsenhausen. He has no reservations about it.
Orders are orders. And they'd hammered that into us so much that we didn't think anything of it at first. We carried them out. So, I don't want to complain. I was satisfied. I like being an SS man.
The many minor offenders make the major crime possible in the first place. 1939, Germany invades Poland.
Als alter Soldat des Weltkrieges befindet sich der Führer an der Front bei seinen Truppen. Im Hauptquartier informiert er sich über den Fortgang der Kampfhandlungen.
In the conquered territories, the Wehrmacht and the SS begin to hunt people down. Civil servants, professors, teachers, priests, and above all, Jews. Within half a year, more than 100,000 Polish citizens are murdered or deported to camps.
The system changed again in the war as the camps became a source of labor, either very cheap or slave labor, forced labor at any rate, when inmates were supplied to run factories, particularly, of course, munitions factories.
New camps are built. A web of injustice extends across Hitler's growing empire. By the end of the war, there will be over 1,000 main and sub-camps. The largest camp is originally an artillery barracks west of Krakow, Auschwitz.
Verreckte vor Hunger, das interessiert sich nur so weit, als wir sie als Sklaven für unsere Kultur brauchen.
This part of Auschwitz, referred to as the Stammlager or main camp by the SS, is not initially designed for mass murder. Polish prisoners of war, intellectuals and Nazi opponents are held here, tortured and subjected to forced labor. Thousands die. Spring 1941. Germany prepares for the war against the Soviet Union. The regime is already planning Germanic dominion of the East.
As the planning for the invasion of the Soviet Union began, it was realized that, of course, once again, Germany was going to receive a large population of Jews, particularly, if they were successful, that they were successful quickly. And so the idea of actually dealing with this large population started to foment in the minds of the top Nazis.
June 22nd, 1941. The attack on the Soviet Union. Operation Barbarossa. The war that Hitler always wanted. Teutons versus Bolshevists. Behind the front, the hunt for Jews begins again. The Nazi newsreel comments gloatingly,
Das Judenviertel von Jonava wird gesäubert. Auch hier terrorisierte das jüdische Gesindel die litauische Bevölkerung in der furchtbarsten Weise.
Racial mania and hate slogans are having an effect. During the first 6 months of the war, Einsatzgruppen of the SS and police battalions murder more than 1 million people. The perpetrators, who give orders, secure the areas and carry out the shootings, are often ordinary Germans who want to further their careers.
Certainly the officer corps was fairly carefully selected. And many people were angling to get assignments there because this was going to be the great chance to earn your spurs, gain promotion by action in the East. And the rank and file are very diverse. And some of them were, in fact, career SS people. Others are just very young, first time out of cadet school. Some are just order police that didn't have SS membership, but are put into an SS unit nonetheless. So I guess we could just say that for the Einsatzgruppen, the officers are pretty carefully selected. The rank and file is pretty random.
SS-man Harry Seidel is transferred from Sachsenhausen concentration camp to Einsatzgruppe C in Russia. Seidel was present at the massacre in Babi Yar Gorge at the end of September 1941. He says that he himself did not shoot.
I just saw the SD men walking past these criminals with cigar boxes or plates and calling out to them to hand over all their gold and silver, watches and jewellery.
More than 30,000 Jewish men, women and children are murdered by Einsatzgruppe C in just 2 days.
We considered all of that necessary. They were Jews, Bolsheviks. They could only be shot.
Sand is poured over the corpses. The SS is worried about the perpetrators.
We know that some people, say in the Einsatzgruppen, where they were shooting human beings at point-blank range day after day, had breakdowns. They anesthetized themselves with alcohol, and Himmler recognized that.
Shooting is something that's very time-consuming and, above all, psychologically stressful for one's own men. So you feel sorry for the perpetrators who have to do such hard work firing their guns and always having to shoot women and children. That means that something else is needed here, something that's easier to tolerate, so to speak, and that also works faster.
Killing had to become easier. Another camp is built in Auschwitz from October 1941 onwards. Birkenau, a harmless-sounding name and murderous deception. Auschwitz-Birkenau is an extermination and labor camp. 10,000 prisoners have to build it. 9,000 of them die from hunger, cold, and epidemics. Auschwitz is steadily expanded. In the center, Birkenau, with a ramp and the gas chambers. Those who serve here do not have to go to the front.
The SS leaders, also in Auschwitz, were also relatively young people who rose in the ranks very quickly because their superiors held a high opinion of them. That way, they could advance their careers and quickly gain higher positions.
Hermann Langbein, a communist from Vienna. The SS makes him a so-called functional prisoner, as a typist for the camp doctor. This affords him an insight into the camp hierarchy.
They promoted the little guys if they were good at beating prisoners. They gave them special leave if they did what was expected of them. That was the evil system behind it all.
Hitler wants to deport all Jews from the Reich by the end of 1941. 163,000 people are affected. They are dragged from their homes in broad daylight. As a rule, there are no protests from their neighbors.
So it's absolutely clear that the non-Jewish population in Germany witnesses these deportations. The question is to what extent the German population then knows what will happen to these Germans. Of course, in autumn 41, early 42, we cannot yet assume that they knew that this meant immediate extermination. And in fact, at that time, these deportations did not yet signify immediate extermination.
The destination of the deportation are ghettos in the east: Theresienstadt, Lodz, Warsaw. Hundreds of thousands have to live here under inhumane conditions. In the Warsaw ghetto alone, up to 450,000 Jewish men, women and children. Thousands die of hunger and epidemics. In 1942, the second stage of deportation begins. From the ghettos to the death camps. Who gave the order for the Holocaust and when exactly has not yet been clarified. The only certainty is that the decision was made in 1941, possibly in several stages. Was there a verbal order from Hitler? Or did a radicalization within the SS demanded by him lead to mass murder? The main perpetrators know what they are doing and do not want to leave any traces.
We don't have a written order from Hitler, but this doesn't mean that he did not give the order. This was his way of doing things. He didn't necessarily write things down and then hand them over on pieces of paper. And anyway, one of the fundamental precepts of the final solution is its secrecy. The Holocaust is to be carried out in secret.
Hitler sets the objective. His accomplices have to carry it out. Above all, the SS. The dictator himself never visits a concentration camp. In cattle wagons, the prisoners arrive at Auschwitz.
The train was not quite at a standstill when the carriage doors were ripped open and people started screaming, "Raus, raus, raus, leave luggage in the carriage." Then we jumped out. Men were ordered to come out on the right, women with children on the left, women without children further out to the left.
At the Auschwitz ramp, SS doctors separate the arrivals. There are only two categories: slave labor until death, or the gas chamber.
It wasn't Hitler, Goering, Goebbels, Himmler, or whatever their names were, who took me away and beat me. No, it was the cobbler, the neighbour, the milkman, the postman. They'd been given a uniform, an armband and a cap with a death's head on top, and they were the master race.
The SS men at Auschwitz know exactly what happens to the people who get out of the wagons at the ramp. How can they live with it?
We are the chosen ones. We're allowed to do this, even if it's difficult. We're saving the German people from the hereditary enemy.
Hans Munch performs human experiments as an SS doctor in Auschwitz. After the war, he's acquitted, mainly because he says he did not take part in selections. Whether this is true can never be clarified. Anita Lasker, a Jewish girl from Breslau, arrives at Birkenau at the age of 18.
I was lucky again that I didn't go straight to the gas chamber.
After her arrival, her hair is cut by other prisoners.
And I told them I played the cello. Fantastic, she says. There's an orchestra here, an ensemble that really needs a cello. I'm told to wait right there. I was already naked with my hair shaved off, and I stood there waiting. For what? I didn't know. She ran off quickly to call the conductor of the orchestra, saying someone has arrived who can play the cello. Suddenly, I became very important, you know.
The orchestra in Auschwitz has a special function for the SS.
Our job was to be at the camp gate every morning and every evening to play marches, because you may know that Birkenau and Auschwitz were surrounded by factories, IG Farben, Bühner and so on, and the prisoners from Birkenau and Auschwitz and surrounding camps marched off to work there, and we played marches. Everything has to be neat and tidy after all, doesn't it? It was the same in the morning and in the evening, and we knew very well that as long as they wanted us, we wouldn't go to the gas chamber.
Germany's war economy is growing increasingly weaker. Prisoners are needed as laborers. The SS turns Auschwitz into an industrial site.
Well, from fairly early on in the history of Auschwitz, it was decided to build a huge factory complex at Monowitz, close by, which would manufacture or seek to manufacture Buna, that is synthetic rubber, because the supply problem for the Germans was enormous in World War II.
In Monowitz, Auschwitz III, prisoners work for the chemical company IG Farben. SS Chief Himmler personally looks after the investors from German industry. The fact that the deaths of thousands of forced laborers have been factored in does not bother the business partners in the least. Two mass murderers who get along well together, SS Chief Himmler and Odilo Globocnik. Globocnik is an Austrian, a fanatical anti-Semite, a career Nazi and for a time, Gauleiter of Vienna. After the invasion of Poland, Himmler appoints him SS and police leader in the Lublin district.
Odilo Globocnik is a kind of model pupil of Heinrich Himmler, always coming up with new and ever more radical ideas about what could be done. Today, he would be called a doer. These are the men you need if you want to organize a mass murder, a genocide.
In July 1941, Globocnik has a special camp set up in Travniki, near Lublin. On the site of an old sugar factory, Soviet prisoners of war are trained for service in the concentration camps. Auxiliaries for the Holocaust. Officially, they are volunteers.
This volunteering for work is often simply a question of survival. As in, do I want something to eat the next day or should I starve? That's when people report it to the Travniki. And that was Odilo Globocnik's private group. He used them for everything he needed them for, as additional guards and extra personnel.
The Travniki are faced with the choice of being accessories to murder or starving to death as prisoners. It is from this barracks in Lublin that Globocnik organizes the murder of the Polish Jews. Aktion Reinhard, named after the assassinated SS general Reinhard Heydrich. The crime scenes are Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec.
There is no forced labor. There is no industry like IG Farben, which produces something and then says it needs workers. Instead, it's absolutely clear that anyone who goes to a camp like Belzec, Sobibor or Treblinka only goes there because they're going to be murdered.
Sobibor. The gas chambers are located beside the railway platform. The victims are told they will be resettled. Only a few dozen SS men and Travniki helpers run the camp. They murder more than 200,000 people.
When we came in Sobibor, they picked me out to work, but not my brother.
Chaim Engel, then 26, has to help dispose of the victims' belongings. He never sees his brother again.
My main work was to also separating clothes and working with that. And when I separated the clothes, I found later my brother's clothes and pictures from our family.
Chaim Engel's brother has to undress with the others immediately after arrival, ostensibly to take a shower. They are then murdered in the gas chamber with engine exhaust.
This is a concept that, of course, cannot be surpassed in terms of radicalism, because it actually makes it clear that this is all about extermination. I once described that as the core of the Holocaust. That's what the camps were there for.
Sobibor. Today, a memorial. Only the outlines of the camp are still visible. The SS blew up and leveled the buildings and the fence to remove traces. Deputy Camp Commandant Johann Niemann takes photographs in Sobibor. His pictures only show the everyday life of the perpetrators, no victims.
The Germans who come there are actually simple men. Very few of them actually have a high school diploma. They are people who are just part of the teams. They don't somehow stand out by being pathological Jew haters and mass murderers. With some of these perpetrators, there is real sadism. And with others, there's simply the attitude of, well, if he doesn't obey, then I'll shoot him, or I'll beat him with the whip. Because it doesn't matter anyway, whether I kill him now, or whether he's gassed 10 minutes later, what's the problem? And they sort of grow into these activities until they become normal for them.
Only very few traces remain of the victims. Everyday objects are found during excavations, hastily packed for the alleged resettlement. The SS robs the murdered victims, taking everything that they can turn into money. The majority of the victims of Aktion Reinhardt come from the Polish ghettos. Images from the Warsaw Ghetto. Everyday people die here. Every day trains travel to the death camps. April 1943. The Ghetto Uprising. With courage born of despair, Jewish fighters defend themselves against German terror. For weeks on end. Eventually, the SS quell the uprising, destroy the ghetto, and murder all of its inhabitants.
It meant that the Jews who knew that they were going to die had made the decision to die fighting, to die with a gun in their hand rather than just meekly going to the trains and that would lead them to Treblinka. It was an enormous kind of symbol for people actually all over Europe, all over the world.
Treblinka, the youngest of the 3 extermination camps of Aktion Reinhardt. Here too, there are no selections. Everyone who arrives is murdered immediately. Only a few dozen Jewish men are left alive. They have to take the bodies out of the gas chambers and burn them.
The removal of corpses is something that is done entirely by the prisoners, and the Germans stay completely out of it. Firstly, because the psychological strain is unbearable. Secondly, it is simply the heaviest physical work. And thirdly, of course, it is also incredibly dirty work.
August 2nd, 1943. Explosions at Treblinka. The Jewish forced laborers attack the SS. About 200 of them manage to escape. Almost all are recaptured and killed. The SS operates Treblinka for another 3 weeks. Then, the camp is razed to the ground to cover up all traces of the mass murder here as well.
The uprising in Treblinka was significant because the Aktion Reinhardt was coming to an end anyway. Treblinka was running out of people to murder, effectively, and this was one of the reasons that Aktion Reinhardt fell to pieces. But the Germans were also very edgy and worried about the fact that there had been an uprising in Treblinka and that a number of people had escaped. First of all, they'd be able to tell the world about what they'd seen.
A little later, Sobibor is also due to be shut down. Death looms for the forced laborers who are still captive there.
There were plans to make some uprising in the camp, but there was not courage to do the thing. Till one day a transport came with Russian prisoners of war, and they picked out about 30 of them to work in camp. And it happened to be one of them was a captain in the Russian army. And when he came out and we told him what is going on here, he wants to run away the first day.
October 14th, 1943. Under the leadership of a Jewish Red Army soldier, the prisoners begin their uprising. Chaim Engel and his later wife Selma, also a prisoner at Sobibor, join in.
My wife brought me a knife, a kitchen knife, a regular kitchen knife. I jabbed him with the knife and I said, that's for my father, for my brother, and for all the Jews to kill. That's all.
And finally he came out and he was full with blood. So I tried to clean him a little bit. I thought, oh, and we ran away. I better, he's clean. I had no idea what was going on, where we would go, what we would do. I had no idea. I know only one thing. We have to run and run and run and run and run so much as possible.
12 SS men are killed. The insurgents shoot their way out with captured weapons. 200 flee into the forest. More than 40 survive the end of the war.
The prisoners who did not manage to escape were shot by the SS. The SS decided that continuing to operate the camp made no sense. This was now the second uprising that had here. In the general government, all the Jews had been murdered. So they really didn't have any more work to do. They had Auschwitz now. It was fully functional.
Mission accomplished.
In October 1943, the Aktion Reinhardt comes to an end. Within 21 months, at least 1.8 million people are murdered. In Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka. Almost 1/3 of all those killed in the Holocaust. More than in Auschwitz. The perpetrators keep meticulous records.
The economic profit of Aktion Reinhardt was actually incredibly small. There was a complete liquidation. Everything was collected, everything was sold, and Globocnik then drew up a balance sheet. And he came up with the sum of 178 million Reichsmarks. Of course, the costs for personnel, for the construction of the extermination camps, for the trains of the Reichsbahn, which don't run for free, all had to be deducted from that. That meant that in the end, less than 50 million of the 178 million remained. The Jews were not murdered for the purpose of robbing them. The robbery took place incidentally in order to cover costs. So we cannot speak of murder with intent to rob. It wasn't that.
Trains with victims arrive at Auschwitz almost daily. Here too, the SS forces prisoners into so-called Sonderkommandos. They have to take the corpses out of the gas chambers and burn them. Photos taken in secret reveal the work of one of these Sonderkommandos.
You sat there and you waited. Maybe you'll still be alive tomorrow, but probably not. And while we were playing waltzes, people were being burned. We were playing, and there was smoke coming out. That was Auschwitz.
For the SS personnel at Auschwitz, mass murder becomes routine. The diary entries of SS Dr. Johann Paul Kramer offer rare insights into the everyday life of the perpetrators. September 20th, 1942. Listened to the concert of the prisoners' band this Sunday afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. in glorious sunshine. Kapellmeister conductor of the Warsaw Stage Opera, 80 musicians, roast pork for lunch. October 18th, 1942, attended the 11th special operation in cold and wet weather this Sunday morning. Ghastly scenes with 3 women begging for dear life.
Ultimately, these criminals are human beings too. They're never 100% perpetrators, and that of course means that they somehow have to have a private life after doing their work. And this discrepancy is basically the normality of the Holocaust.
Torturing prisoners during the day and listening to classical music after work. SS Dr. Josef Mengele, for instance, loves the romantic sounds of Robert Schumann.
Someone like Mengele knew that Schumann had written a piece called Träumerei. That means he wasn't a complete idiot. And he came into the block, that could always happen, and he wanted to hear the Träumerei by Schumann, and it was in my repertoire. So Anita, play Träumerei. I remember playing it as fast as I could, so that he'd leave again.
Female prisoners, like Anita Laska, are guarded by SS women. Like the men, they also want to impress their superiors by being tough. Some are notorious for their brutality. Maria Mandl, from Austria, for example, the head guard at Auschwitz.
I remember one thing about Maria Mandl, who was a very good-looking woman, by the way. When a transport arrived that was supposed to go to the gas chamber, and women with babies go to gas chambers anyway, don't they? She fell in love with a little child and took this child and walked around for days with that pretty little child. And one day she sent the child to the gas chamber. That was Maria Mandl. Don't ask me to explain what kind of a brain such a woman had. I don't know.
I don't know.
The female guards are not officially members of the SS, but employees in a so-called SS Gefolge. They are a total of about 3,500 female concentration camp guards.
They were almost worse than the men. Yes. You know, that was at a time when women didn't have as many rights as they have today. Imagine a simple woman from some village being given boots, a uniform, a revolver, a dog. Suddenly she's somebody. I'd say the women were almost worse than the men.
Fürstenberg, Brandenburg, just under 100 kilometers north of Berlin. On the outskirts of the small town, the SS maintains the Ravensbrück concentration camp, the largest camp for women only. At Ravensbrück, female SS guards are trained for service in other camps.
They saw this as a regular job. This was a normal way to be spending their lives. They felt superior. When they were out and about in the town in Fürstenberg, they walked with a sort of, skip in their step. A lot of the locals saw them and were now frightened of them because they used to walk around in their uniforms and go into the shops and so on. So they had felt a sense of power and a sense of superiority. It attracted people who liked that kind of environment, and it attracted people who had sadistic tendencies, without any doubt.
Wir haben diese schwerste Aufgabe in Liebe zu unserem Volk getan.
In the world of SS Chief Himmler, no mercy is shown to female prison. The SS women at Ravensbrück prefer to torture their victims in the cell block, the so-called bunker.
In the bunker, they had won permission from Himmler to beat prisoners, and with what was called the Prügelstrafe, where they laid them on a kind of horse-type structure. The women were made to lean forward onto this structure, and there were guards and prisoners themselves were ordered to beat the women for a certain number of thrashes. Again, Himmler had himself laid down the rules in many cases for this, specifically how many thrashes were allowed.
Located only a few kilometers from the Ravensbrück concentration camp is the SS clinic Hohenlychen. The head doctor here is called Karl Gebhardt.
Die heutige Generation, sie trägt Deutschlands Schicksal.
Gebhardt is a childhood friend and the personal physician of Heinrich Himmler. The two men trust each other. Two illegitimate children of Himmler are born at Gebhardt's maternity ward in Hohenlychen.
He saw himself as a very grand, some of these Nazi doctors had huge status within the system and were very arrogant. They had a lot of power, and they were given a lot of status. And so his clinic was very famous. It was used to treat top SS men, but also people coming in from the front who needed his expert surgery. But he was absolutely part of the Nazi system.
After the assassination of SS General Reinhard Heydrich in 1942, Himmler sends his personal physician to Prague, telling him to save Heydrich's life. The patient has undergone emergency surgery and seems to be out of danger, but then Heydrich dies of blood poisoning. Penicillin might have saved him, but only the Allies have that. The Germans only have sulfonamide, but Gebhardt doesn't administer any to Heydrich. In the Ravensbrück concentration camp, Karl Gebhardt conducts experiments with sulfonamide. He cuts prisoners' calves and sews cloth or wooden splinters into the wounds to cause inflammation. Human experimentation. Several prisoners die.
The bottom line was that they really didn't prove very much at all with these sulfonamide injections. But they didn't stop there, because what you have a very strong sense of when you read and you learn about the Nazi medical experimentation is you see this experimentation for experimentation's sake. They get a hunger for it.
Photos taken secretly by prisoners at Ravensbrück. The mutilated leg of Maria Kazmierczuk, a victim of Gebhardt's experiments. She survives the war and later testifies against him. In 1944, the war is lost. Hitler's enemies are advancing towards Germany from the east and west. The SS want to eliminate the traces of their crimes. Thousands of exhausted prisoners from the remaining camps are driven on the so-called death marches into the interior of the Reich. Those who cannot go any further are shot. The destination of many death marches is the concentration camp of Bergen-Belsen. Epidemics and malnutrition claimed thousands of lives there. Anita Lasker is transferred here from Auschwitz at the end of 1944.
There was also a rumor going around that they were going to blow up the camps to destroy all the evidence and so forth. We really did sit there waiting for the end. And suddenly we hear this announcement, yes, that the English are standing in front of the main gate. We really thought we were dreaming.
April 15th, 1945. The liberation of Bergen-Belsen. One day later, Anita Lasker reports on the Holocaust in the BBC's German program.
The Auschwitz prisoners, the few who remained, all fear that the world will not believe what happened there. There, living, healthy people were thrown alive into the fire.
Unlike in most of the camps, the SS guards in Bergen-Belsen have not cleared out. Now they have to recover their victims. An estimated 100,000 Germans participated in the Holocaust as perpetrators. Not even a tenth of them are held accountable. Some escape their responsibility by committing suicide. Like Odilo Globocnik, head of Aktion Reinhard. SS Dr. Karl Gebhardt is captured by the Allies while on the run and is put on trial.
Military Tribunal 1 sentences you, Karl de Gebhardt, to death by hanging, and may God have mercy on your soul.
The head guard at Auschwitz, Maria Mandl, is also sentenced to death.
I think they were aware that other people outside of Germany would consider what they were doing as wrong. But in a sense, what the Nazis had been able to do was to create a kind of world of moral inversion, where one's moral duty was only to fellow Germans, and everyone else was outside the world of moral obligation. So the morality is turned upside down.
You don't need fanatical or pathological mass murderers or highly ideologized Nazis. It also works with other perpetrators. Other types of people can be transformed into mass murderers in just the same way. That's actually what I find so terrifying about the Holocaust, that it actually works with normal people, that a whole society looks the other way, or even thinks it's good, that everyone benefits from it, that no one has any problem with it. That's actually the true lesson from the Holocaust for me.
More than 90% of the SS perpetrators go unpunished. Even after the war, many of them remain unaware of their own guilt. Orders are orders. Never again. Summer 1945. The war is over. The Allies have put an end to the murders of the SS. Now, they set out to find the perpetrators. They recognize the SS men by the tattooed blood group on their left upper arm. but many have had them surgically removed or have gone into hiding. One of these men is Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, an SS Hauptsturmführer, actually a minor figure in the SS. But in Lyon, as head of the Gestapo there, he becomes a sadistic murderer. "I have come to kill," Barbie is supposed to have said when he took up his post. Gestapo headquarters in Lyon is the Hotel Terminus. Barbie tortures his victims during interrogation with red-hot pokers, electric shocks, boiling water, and a whole collection of tools that lie on the desk in front of him. The torture often goes on for days. Many of his victims, women and men, die.
Well, everybody knew who some of these people were that were wanted. I mean, you know, including Klaus Barbie. I mean, his name was up the head of the list everywhere.
James Milano works in liberated Europe for the CIC, the US Military Intelligence Service.
We knew that the French were after him. You know, this was common knowledge that everybody was looking for these types of guys, not only Barbie, but top 4 or 5 people on that list.
Klaus Barbie makes contact with former SS comrades in the underground. He commits a robbery with them.
Immediately after 1945, all SS members had to cover up the traces they left behind during the war on the one hand, and on the other hand, of course, they were faced with the challenge of building up a new existence. So it was obvious for many of them that they had to secure mutual help from their own networks.
What remains of the SS after the German defeat? Does the Black Order live on in secret? Thousands of perpetrators and Nazi functionaries leave for the south, crossing the Alps in the direction of Italy. In Rome, the Vatican acquires dubious importance for former SS men who want to build a new existence for themselves. Influential clerics help SS criminals.
One of the most difficult things in the world is to know anything about Vatican intelligence. Now, you can talk all you want to, but I don't think anybody's ever cracked that one.
Rome is a kind of transit hub for fugitive SS veterans. The International Red Cross issues travel documents, actually for Nazi victims who have lost everything. The applicants' details are hardly ever verified. With new travel documents, it's off from Rome to Genoa, and from there by ship to Latin America. Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay are happy to accept immigrants with know-how, engineers, entrepreneurs, and Nazis. The US Secret Service also uses this escape route. In the emerging East-West conflict, spies are recruited and smuggled out of Europe. The Americans call the escape routes the rat lines.
We were collecting information about the Russians. And in order to do that, we dealt with Russian deserters. We mounted operations into the Russian zone of Austria and so forth. And then we found that we had a number of these people on our hands and we didn't know what to do with them.
SS murderers like Klaus Barbie are also on the payroll of the US Secret Service. At times he collects information from Augsburg about potential communist agents.
My enemy's enemy is my friend, and so in the end, even a heavily incriminated offender like Barbie finds his way onto American payrolls.
In 1951, this collaboration ends in Germany. Barbie travels via a rat line to South America, to Bolivia.
Barbie doesn't flee of his own accord. It's suggested to him by the Americans, who make it clear that the investigative efforts by the French are so far advanced that they're no longer in a position to protect him. And there was also the danger that American intelligence would be extremely discredited, not least by the East, and gain a reputation for having heavily incriminated war criminals on its payroll.
The Allies had in fact committed themselves to bringing Nazi perpetrators to justice.
Bekenne mich im Sinne der Anklage nicht schuldig.
At the end of 1945, an international military tribunal in Nuremberg begins its first trial against the main perpetrators who are still alive.
Murderers they surely were. Murderers in spades, mass murderers on a scale never before seen in human history. That I knew, otherwise they wouldn't have been there as defendants.
US lawyer Benjamin Ferencz had collected evidence in the concentration camps.
I had been a liberator of many concentration camps as a soldier in the American armies. I had seen the product of mass murder in Buchenwald, in Ebensee, in Mauthausen. I certainly was shocked by that experience. I was traumatized by that experience, which has not left me to this day.
Ernst Kaltenbrunner is also in the dock. The former head of the SS Reich Security Main Office is the highest SS functionary still alive. Kaltenbrunner denies having even heard of the Holocaust.
Ich habe niemals eine Gaskammer, auch nicht in Funktion gesehen. Ich wusste von dem Bestehen einer solchen in Mauthausen niemals etwas. Eine diesbezügliche Bekundung ist restlos falsch.
The biggest disappointment for me as an American, as a soldier, as a prosecutor, was the complete absence of remorse among mass murderers. They never said they were sorry, because they were not sorry. They were sorry they lost the war. They were sorry they were sitting as defendants and that I was still alive, but they were not sorry about anything that they did.
Ernst Kaltenbrunner is sentenced to death, and the SS is officially disbanded and banned.
The problem from the point of view of German society is that there was the catchword victor's justice. Many Germans had distanced themselves and didn't really want to accept what was now being put on trial and disclosed. Instead, they protected themselves from this knowledge, which threatened their own identity by saying, "This is victor's justice." And, as is often the case in war, the victors are always right in the end, and it doesn't have to be the whole truth.
In Nuremberg, more than a dozen SS men are sentenced in further trials, but the vast majority remain unmolested. SS veterans form an organization called HIAG. It is about financial help, legal assistance, and public rehabilitation.
Loyalty actually takes pride of place above everything else. And in the SS, it was especially important.
Otto Kumm, a general in the Waffen-SS. His division committed serious war crimes.
It is the most important thing of all to me. To have belonged to this unit.
They try to create the myth that they're soldiers just like any other, and thus to facilitate their reintegration.
The HIAG campaigns for SS veterans to be treated in the same way as soldiers of the Wehrmacht when it comes to pensions. As early as the 1950s, this lobbying for perpetrators provoked outrage. Journalists remain hard on the heels of Nazi criminals. One of them is the former senior Reich prosecutor at the People's Court, Ernst Lautz. He was responsible for an estimated 400 applications for the death penalty. After the war, he is sentenced to 10 years in prison, but is released early. Afterwards, he receives the pension of an attorney general for many years. For former members of the SS, Heinrich Himmler's daughter becomes a popular contact point. Gudrun Berwitz, as she is called after her marriage, never renounces Nazi ideology.
There are, after all, quite a large number of wives, daughters and sons of former SS leaders who are trying to protect the historical image of the deeds of their fathers.
Even as a child, Gudrun Himmler is proud to be the daughter of a famous man. The Nazi princess also accompanies her father on his work, for example, when he visits a prison collection center. In July 1941, she travels with Papi, as she affectionately calls him, to Dachau concentration camp. She records this in a diary. Today, we visited the concentration camp in Dachau. We looked at as much as we could. We saw the gardeners, we saw the pear trees, we saw all the pictures that prisoners painted. Wonderful. Afterwards, we had a very good lunch. Himmler's daughter is a star of the right-wing scene and supports former Nazis, with petitions for clemency, money, or help in finding accommodation.
She was almost a kind of mythical figure as Himmler's daughter, certainly among former SS men. And she was largely responsible for an organization called Stille Hilfe, which basically helped them if they were in financial difficulties. But behind the scenes, she was quite significant, for them at least.
Until her death in 2018, Gudrun Berwitz received former SS men as if for an audience, and questioned them strictly about where they had served. In the 1950s, the federal German judiciary has a hard time solving SS crimes. Former Nazis work at many courts, as judges or public prosecutors. There is no central coordination for tracking down criminals or preserving evidence. In 1958, this changes with the Central Office in Ludwigsburg, Baden-Württemberg. It is tasked with investigating Nazi crimes and collecting evidence for preliminary investigations.
When the central office was founded, it wasn't seen as a good thing for the city of Ludwigsburg. In fact, the people there were actually branded traitors to the fatherland and nest foulers. I learned from the files that people also had problems finding rental accommodation if they said they worked at the central office. Even taxi drivers are said to have refused to drive visitors here.
In the mid-1950s, the Hessian Attorney General Fritz Bauer receives a tip-off from Argentina. Adolf Eichmann is said to be living there. The former SS Obersturmbannführer is one of the main perpetrators of the Holocaust. He organized the deportation of millions of European Jews, the logistician of the crime against humanity. Fritz Bauer fears Eichmann might be warned by old comrades in the West German ministries and judicial authorities. He turns to Israel. Secret agents from Mossad set off for Buenos Aires. Eichmann now calls himself Ricardo Clement and works as an electrician in a Daimler-Benz factory. He lives with his family in modest circumstances on the outskirts of Buenos Aires. In his free time, he breeds rabbits. A lower middle-class existence. From time to time, Eichmann meets old comrades and boasts of his deeds.
Von den 10,3 Millionen Juden. 10,3 Millionen Juden getötet. Dann werden befriedigt und würde sagen, gut, wir haben einen Feind, der nicht weg.
The Mossad agents are soon certain. Ricardo Clement is Adolf Eichmann. They plan to strike on May 11th, 1960. Eichmann is kidnapped on his way home in the evening. Mossad men drag him into a car. Argentina's police are kept in the dark. The prisoner is smuggled past the airport checks, disguised as a crew member. An El Al plane flies Eichmann directly from Buenos Aires to Israel. Eichmann is tried in Jerusalem. In the process, the mass murderer presents himself as someone insignificant who is only following orders.
Ich hatte das Unglück, in diese Gräuel verwickelt zu werden. Aber diese Untaten geschahen nicht mit meinem Willen. Mein Wille war nicht, Menschen umzubringen. Der Massenmord ist allein die Schuld der politischen Führer. Meine Schuld ist mein Gehorsam. Die Führerschicht, zu der ich nicht gehörte, hat die Befehle gegeben. Die Untergebenen sind jetzt Opfer. Ich bin ein solches Opfer.
The judges find Adolf Eichmann guilty. He's executed on June 1st, 1962. In the Federal Republic of Germany at the end of 1963 in Frankfurt am Main, Attorney General Fritz Bauer causes a sensation with the first so-called Auschwitz trial.
That, I think, was very important in bringing the consciousness, the realization of the crimes they'd committed just as ordinary SS soldiers, guards in the camps in the 1940s.
Auschwitz was now outside the German Reich, and no one was insisting on the trial going ahead. Fritz Bauer was different. He wanted it to. And so, he tried to bring the trial to Frankfurt.
The young public prosecutor Gerhard Wiese is part of Fritz Bauer's team that collected incriminating material for years. The accused are 23 former SS men from the Auschwitz concentration camp. Many of them now lead well-to-do lives as dentists, merchants, pharmacists or restaurateurs. Some police officers salute as the defendants walk past them. During the trial, the men display strong self-confidence, showing no signs of remorse. Gerhard Wiese works on the indictment.
In the beginning, it was really intense. It was murder and manslaughter from morning till night. You also build up your own kind of inner resistance, so as not to let it get too close to you.
One of the accused is Hans Stark. He apparently had the slogan, "Pity is weakness," hanging above his desk in Auschwitz. Inmate Kazimierz Smolin testifies against him at the trial.
He beat the prisoners especially often. We often saw him at the punishment company. They're in Block 11, where the prisoners were shot. He was more brutal than the other SS men. I even had the impression that, precisely because he was so young, he wanted to show that he was a fully fledged SS man.
Hans Stark is 19 when he begins his service in Auschwitz. the high school student takes part in shootings and gassings.
Stark never showed pity. On the contrary, he used to imitate the people pleading for mercy at the ramp. He acted as if it was all some kind of school prank. How could an educated man be so brutal?
Hans Stark is sentenced under juvenile law, 10 years in prison, 5 of which he serves. In total, the court imposes 6 life sentences. In addition, there are 11 prison sentences ranging from 3.5 to 14 years, and 3 acquittals. The message sent by the Auschwitz trial is more important than the sentences. For the first time since 1945, Jewish victims in Germany are being heard by the general public.
The biggest post-war trial in West Germany was over. It was legally binding and unsatisfactory as far as the sentences were concerned. But that had to be accepted. And now, nobody could actually claim that Auschwitz didn't exist, that there were no gas chambers, and so on. Foolish views that are unfortunately still being propagated today.
The Auschwitz trial certainly had an enormous significance for the victims, who felt they were finally getting some justice. They were being heard. They realized they could testify as witnesses, and that what they said had relevance.
For the first time since Nuremberg trials, post-war Germans were once again reminded of the Nazis' crimes. Uncomfortable for many people, and a disruption of the mixed repression and relativization that marked the general mood. Trials against Holocaust perpetrators were unpopular. In 1985, Karl Frenzel, SS commander at the Sobibor extermination camp, is indicted before the Hagen Regional Court. About 250,000 people were murdered at the camp. As early as 1940, Karl Frenzel was involved in Aktion T4, the murder of disabled people. In Sobibor, he is noticeably ruthless and brutal. He personally beats and murders people with his bare hands. His neighbors have little understanding for the trial.
Yes, I know him.
Who do you mean?
I have done for quite a while now. I don't want to comment on that. He's a very nice neighbor. I know the story, but do you think a conviction would be in anyone's interest?
What should I say?
Well, what do you think of him?
I don't know. I'm staying out of it.
Out of what?
No idea, really.
You don't know anything?
No, that's the best option.
Everyone makes mistakes. Some make big ones and some small ones.
Yeah, I think old men should be left alone. I mean, there has to be an end to all this. It has to be forgotten at some point.
Karl Frenzel is sentenced to life imprisonment. He is allowed to spend his last years in an old people's home because of poor health. In the GDR, anti-fascism is a matter of state policy. If Nazi crimes are talked about there, then it is about those of others. The fascists are the West Germans.
We're talking about almost 1 million people who belong to the Waffen-SS alone. And of course, a certain percentage of them stayed and settled in the GDR. And they had to be reintegrated because, quite simply, they were needed for building up the new society, including the economy. It was inconceivable to exclude them completely.
In the East, investigations against Nazi criminals lie with the Ministry for State Security, which has assiduously collected files and documents from the Nazi era. No public prosecutor and no scientist has access to them.
They were so secret that until 1991, nobody knew the files even existed. 11 kilometers of files that nobody knew about and that nobody outside the MFS had access to. Even within the MFS, I don't think many people knew that they had this treasure trove of files at their disposal. Whoever had the files had power over the information and could thus act unobserved by the public.
In the GDR, the prosecution of SS perpetrators has to do with the tense balance between secrecy and propaganda in the East-West conflict. Whether charges are brought depends above all on whether it seems politically opportune to do so. In 1983, at a trial in East Berlin, that seems to be the case. It involves the murder of 650 civilians. In 1944, men from the SS division Das Reich round up the inhabitants of the French village of Oradour in the market square. Women and children are locked inside the village church. Afterwards, SS men set fire to the church. The men are herded into barns and shot.
The worst thing is the disappearance of one's family under such circumstances. You have lunch with your family, and in the evening the family's dead. There's no one left. There's no house anymore. There's nothing.
Robert Ebras is one of the few survivors.
It is simply a massacre that was unimaginable in France until then. It very quickly assumes a special significance because the French government, the interim government, decide to make Oradour a village martyr, that is, a symbol of France's suffering under the German occupation.
By chance, the Stasi come across the file of a suspicious GDR citizen. Heinz Barth, SS Obersturmführer, as a platoon leader responsible for the murders at Oradour. He was indicted in 1983.
The Germans also want to show the French that they're punishing these perpetrators even after all these years. And they're on the side of the victims. They simply want to present themselves well to France. They want to strengthen connections, political connections to France, and also emerge as winners in their relationship with France, in this German-French triangular relationship.
The trial against Barth attracts international media interest.
Was machten Sie, als dieses Signal kam?
Dann habe ich gesagt, Gruppe vergangen.
Haben Sie auch geschossen?
Ich habe auch geschossen mit einer MP, mit meiner MP, habe 2 kurze Feuerstöße abgegeben. Ja, Richtung Bus.
Robert Ebras testifies as a witness against Barth.
At Barth's trial in East Berlin in 1983, it became clear to me that he had no regrets. He regretted only one thing, that he couldn't see his grandchildren because he was in prison. But he didn't find a single word for the little children who died in the church in Oradour.
Heinz Barth is sentenced to life imprisonment. The GDR declares that the trial shows how exemplary it is in its prosecution of Nazis. But the Stasi is not telling the whole truth. 2 of Heinz Barth's subordinates also turn up in the secret investigation files. They too were perpetrators at Oradour, but neither has to go to court.
The identification of Barth after more than 30 years in the GDR was already difficult to sell to the public, especially the French public. If 2 more men had been added, there would have been a storm of indignation and outrage.
Nothing should tarnish the self-image of the anti-fascist GDR. West Germany. The 1960s, students demonstrate also against what they regard as the country's overly lenient treatment of its Nazi past. At the CDU party conference in 1968, Beate Klaasfeld, then aged 29, slaps Chancellor and ex-Nazi party member Kurt Georg Kiesinger in the face.
That was a symbolic act, and it was the basis for the actions later on.
In the early 1970s, Beate Klaasfeld tracks down former SS Hauptsturmführer Klaus Barbie in South America. He now calls himself Klaus Altmann and works in Bolivia as a businessman and advisor to the country's military rulers.
There are even studies on this that make it clear that the torture practices used immediately after the coup in Bolivia can be traced back to Klaus Barbie. These really were torture practices that we also see in France. So in that regard, the military dictatorships, in this case Bolivia, made use of this knowledge from former SS functionaries.
In a tape recording, Klaus Barbie tells his SS comrade Karl Wolf about Klaasfeld's efforts.
Berühmte Glasfeld. Ach ja, die den geohrfeigt hat. Ja, die war hier. Die hat hier mir ein Trubel gemacht. Ja. Sie, die hat sich hier gegenüber meinem Büro an der Kette angeschmiert, an der Bank und hat gesagt, in Bolivien gibt es keine Gerechtigkeit. Die hat meine Auslieferung hier verlangt. Da haben sie mit faulen Tomaten beschmissen.
Beate Klaasfeld informs a French journalist. But Barbie feels safe. On French television, he denies his identity.
I am not Barbie. As I have already said, I am Klaus Altmann. And the Munich public prosecutor will certainly have the chance to send these documents to the Bolivian authorities.
When a democratically elected government comes to power in Bolivia in 1983, Barbie is arrested and extradited to France.
Barbie expelled from Bolivia to France. I think that is for me, German not Jewish, it is the result of a long fight.
In Lyon, the scene of his crimes, Barbie stands trial in 1987. Beate Klaasfeld follows the proceedings.
For me, it was the first time we came into the hall. He was very indignant about having been extradited. And I think he also said, all my problems started when this woman came to La Paz, yes.
The trial is of national importance for France. Klaus Barbie is sentenced to life imprisonment. He dies in 1991 in prison. For dictators and right-wing extremists, the SS retains its importance even after 1945. Otto Skorzeny, for example, does not have to fear prosecution because he is protected by dictator Franco in Spain. Skorzeny, Hitler's SS-man for special operations.
Im Führerhauptquartier. Der Führer mit dem Befreier des Duce, SS-Hauptsturmführer Skorzeny. Skorzeny wurde für seine kühne Leistung mit dem Ritterkreuz ausgezeichnet und zum SS-Sturmbannführer befördert.
In Madrid, undetected, the SS-man can celebrate the past with like-minded people. From Spain, Skorzeny helps to maintain a network of SS veterans. He is said to be the head of a powerful underground troop, the organization of former SS members, or Odessa for short. Is the SS continuing its existence underground, gathering its forces for the time of revenge? In the early 1970s, the alleged minutes of a meeting emerge. A secret Odessa meeting with about 100 men. In the end, the story turns out to be a myth.
There was, de facto, a network of former SS functionaries who also cooperated, acted and communicated across different countries. But this large-scale Odessa organization never existed.
Riga, in Latvia. In the Baltic states, once oppressed by the Soviet army, the SS still has many admirers today. Here, SS veterans who fought against the Soviets celebrate every year on March 16th. A reinterpretation of history? Nazis as heroes because they fought communists? After the German invasion of Latvia in 1941, 160,000 Latvians entered German service. Most of them fight in the Waffen-SS voluntarily. They too swear allegiance to Hitler. Latvian SS men participate in the Holocaust and commit war crimes. In Riga, Latvian and German Jews are harassed in the ghetto. In 1941, around 30,000 are murdered in just 2 days. Latvians wearing SS uniforms are among the perpetrators. At the annual commemoration ceremonies, this is of no importance. Alongside the elderly veterans, the younger generation also marches. Right-wing extremist youths, side by side with former SS men.
They allow anybody to celebrate and commemorate the war if they fought against the Soviet Union. Of course, many of those who fought against the Soviet Union were, in fact, Nazis or SS divisions, Latvian SS division. Now, I think the problem with this is, although the Soviet Union occupied these countries, partly Russianized them, treated them unfairly, suppressed local elites, and of course, at least in Stalin's time, had a reign of terror. This is not the same as the Nazi plans for these areas. The Nazis' general plan for the East envisaged 50 to 85% of the people of these countries being exterminated, and you cannot say that of the Soviet Union. So I think it's a misapprehension about history and about the past.
But how can the legacy of the SS be dealt with? In the spring of 1985, the Bitburg military cemetery made headlines. 2,000 fallen soldiers of the Second World War are buried here, including 49 Waffen-SS men. US President Ronald Reagan and Chancellor Helmut Kohl want to honor the victims here together. The planned visit triggers weeks of public controversy in the US. Holocaust survivors and Jewish associations call on the SS president not to go to Bitburg.
Mr. President, don't go to Bitburg. To forgive and forget, to sanitize the Nazis of their crimes, to wipe clean the butcher's bay and go. Thank you very much.
The president is unimpressed. On May 5th, 1985, he and Kohl visit the Kolmershöhe military cemetery. together with 2 former World War II generals. 40 years after the end of the Second World War, the intention is to send a worldwide sign of reconciliation from Bitburg. But the dead SS men prevent that.
The visit to Bitburg showed that at least people in the West, and in Germany too, didn't understand what it was all about. The moment you bring in members of the Waffen-SS who are buried there, just like ordinary soldiers, it means that something has gone wrong here. Something went wrong with both Kohl and Reagan, and it was good that people protested against these things.
Many Waffen-SS soldiers are not personally involved in crimes, but the uniform they wear stands for terror and for the murder of millions. Former membership of the SS is becoming more and more of a burden in democratic Germany. The subject is often either talked down or avoided altogether. Hans-Martin Schleyer, president of the Employers Association, joined the SS in 1933 as a Hauptsturmführer. He was murdered by left-wing terrorists in 1977. Actor Horst Tappert. His past in the SS only became known after his death. Nobel Prize winner Günter Grass only admits to his membership in the Waffen-SS in his late 70s. He is allowed to keep his Nobel Prize. Actor Hardy Krüger was also drafted into the Waffen-SS in March 1945 at the age of 16. Cannon fodder for the last days of the war. Just like thousands of others in the Wehrmacht, Volkssturm or Waffen-SS. The central office in Ludwigsburg examines the extent to which SS men were personally guilty. This still leads to legal proceedings against people who are now very elderly.
I certainly don't think the investigations against Nazi perpetrators are wrong. I think they're still necessary in terms of history and legal history. I think it was an urgently needed step that these sentences passed over the last 10 years were passed at all.
After the turn of the millennium, the central office also sets its sights on a Ukrainian who emigrated to the USA after the war. John Demjanjuk is said to have been a supervisor in the Sobibor extermination camp in 1943 as part of the so-called Travniki, prisoners of war who performed guard duty and auxiliary work for the SS. The central office in Ludwigsburg accuses Demjanjuk of having participated in the murder of at least 29,000 people. In 2009, the now 89-year-old is found guilty by the Munich Regional Court for being an accessory to murder, a novelty in legal history.
Anyone who served in an extermination camp or in a concentration camp in which systematic extermination took place, who was on general duty, was guilty of what happened, even if they did not kill directly. Guilty of being an accessory to murder. That is a factor that could probably not have been presented in that way 40 or 50 years ago in the Federal Republic.
After the Demjanjuk verdict, trials are possible against all SS members who were on duty in the camps. Small cogs in the murder machinery. Today, senior citizens, many without insight or remorse. Between 1945 and 2005, almost 14,000 Nazi perpetrators stand trial in West Germany. About half of them are found guilty and mostly given prison sentences of between 6 months and 1 year.
We had heard less from the circles of those affected, of the victims, about it being absolutely necessary to enforce the sentence, but it is important that the criminal law is recognized. We are not an ungracious state. We do not prosecute anyone who can no longer stand trial or who's no longer capable of defending himself. This gets investigated very closely. There is no exemption from punishment once you are 90 years old.
Some old SS veterans are still celebrating today. Right-wing extremist parties like Der Dritte Weg pay homage to them as contemporary witnesses. Here, they have a ready audience for their historical views.
The flow of history remains, even with the lost war, and I maintain that the problems have remained almost the same, and that the Second World War is not yet over.
Suddenly, eyewitness evenings with former SS people can now take place. And the internet transports that. That means they're becoming visible again, and their views are spreading. The trivialization and even the denial of the Holocaust are visible once again due to people who give themselves a certain voice. A special voice, because they say, I was there.
Yesterday's right-wing extremists as role models for the right-wing extremists of today. The Sword and Shield Festival in Ostritz, Saxony. Sword and Shield, SS for short. The security service for the festival is provided by the group Arische Bruderschaft. T-shirts feature a logo of 2 crossed hand grenades, the emblem of the SS Sturmbrigade Dirlewanger, notorious for numerous war crimes. Symbols banned in Germany are plastered over.
Wir sind die Jungs aus der Reichshauptstadt und wir spielen White Power Rock'n'Roll! Wir lieben unser Land, aber wir hassen diesen Staat. Wir gehen auf der See. Unsere Frauen und das ist kleine Ware.
Hier ist eine geistige...
There's a spiritual infiltration going on here that can be described as fruitful.
Und insofern bin ich natürlich für die jungen Leute...
And in that respect, I am of course already a credible representative for the young people, as a member of the life generation and as one who's never made cheap concessions to the zeitgeist.
Right-wing rock festivals are considered fertile locations for recruitment. For example, for the Azov Regiment, paramilitary volunteer battalion, ultra-nationalist, which fights against pro-Russian separatists in the Ukraine conflict. In 2017, there are said to be 2,500 mercenaries in its ranks, including Germans. The sign of recognition is a wolf trap symbol, like the SS dispositional troop once wore. A special troop of the US Marines also seem to have few qualms. The Scout Snipers use the SS double runes as an unofficial emblem.
When other nations use the symbols of the Nazis, stupidity knows no bounds.
The SS show what people are capable of, the deepest abyss in German history.
The SS are seen as the core of the Nazi regime, or so it seems in the culture of remembrance. But there always has to be a warning here. If we merely look back on the memory of the SS, we ignore the fact that a whole people cooperated with the SS, with this part of National Socialism.
The deadly lie of the battle of the races leads to the crime against humanity. The SS sees itself as an elite. In truth, it is an instrument of mass murder, a historical disgrace.